everyone, it's Melissa and Bob from Scrap That. Super excited to be back on Scrapbook Expo and catch up with all of you guys. We hope that you guys had a great day, whatever you're doing, and super excited that you're going to join us for a little bit of afternoon or evening, depending on where you are, crafting and talking about Scrap That. And I know everyone's missed Bob on the show floor, so.
Yeah, I would like to say hello to everybody. We do miss each and every one of you. We really thank you for joining us on this special day, and we're glad to be back with Expo and excited about this project.
So as you can see on our table, we have some of the things that we had worked on over the summer. We started to kind of get really busy in home decor and wood projects, which I know you guys are all familiar with. And Casey from Foundations Decor will talk a little bit more about that shortly. But just so you can get a little bit of a quick view on the things that we've been doing. So right here we have a calendar, which is great. You can purchase the calendar frame and then all of the monthly inserts. And it's a great fun way to keep track of, all of your activities and combine crafting all together. And then we have our shadow boxes. And I think we have on display right now the winter, the autumn time, and the Halloween. And then together we are going to look at this Merry Christmas one. And if you were, ahead of the game and you purchased yours, you can craft along with us, or you can craft along afterwards. So,
and if you didn't get the Christmas shadow box, there are quite a few still available. Right.
So let's talk about the projects and the thought behind what we were doing today. So what we wanted to come up with and what we wanted to discuss with everybody was all the paper packs. So if you shopped in our booth on the floors years past at all of the great expo events, you probably purchased paper packs because that's what we were selling and known for. So here's just two. Mine are kind of a mess because obviously I've been using them. But the two that we are going to talk about and demo projects with today are a Fancypants design called Home for Christmas. This one comes with some great 12x12 papers, a 6x6 paper pad, which works wonderful in the project that we decided to do, some really fun tassels, some felt flowers, which are hidden in here, and then the ephemera pack, which is also known as bits and pieces, all the little fun stuff. With that, we're going to make two projects. So the fun part of this day, or the idea that we had behind this day, was to be able to take this paper pack and nothing else, and not need more paper or embellishments or whatever, and come up with two projects so that you can say, like, I bought this paper pack and I used all of it. So what we did with this Home for Christmas paper pack, want to hold that for me?
Sure.
Was create a 4x6 mini flip book. And these books are great. They come from Simple Stories. They come in a variety of colors and are quick and easy to put together. And a scrapbooker of any level can totally hang and do this one. So this book we put together using the 6x6 paper pad, which was great. So we didn't have to break into our 12x12 paper for this one. And then we also used all of that paper pack and embellishments to do this fun shadow box. So this is the cool shadow box that we're going to make together. And just to talk about what the shadow boxes are, all of these that you see here can interchange with this one. So they come with magnetic tiles on the back. I don't know if I put my magnets on. Nope. So I can pull them out real quick. And I only need to buy one, possibly two frames if I like to interchange between white and black. And then I can switch out my shadow box inserts for seasons, holidays, events, all kinds of fun stuff. So like on the table, we have an autumn time one. This is what the Christmas time one comes and looks like. So what you would get in your package is just the raw MDF wood, and then using paper. On here, we actually used paint markers, and I don't think we used chalk on this one, but I used paint markers and paper, crafting knife, all kinds of fun stuff to create this beautiful shadow box. And again, this project and this project came out of one paper pack. And then our second, here you go.
Thank you.
Our second project came from Simple Stories, and this one's kind of disassembled it. This was the Jingle All the Way collection. So in this one, you got the 12x12 paper, the 12x12 sticker sheet, washi tape, the bits and pieces, the chipboard stickers, and I think I said all the 12x12 papers. So this is a beautiful collection that just recently came out, right, from
Just came
Simple
out.
Stories. And using that paper collection, we created 2 separate projects. One is also oh, look at that, there's a little piece of tape, a shadow box. This is just a simple one that you can't really change once you make it, because you're going to glue the words down. So this is the Merry Christmas shadow box. However, it was so popular that we sold out of the Merry Christmas pretty quick, and we are able to interchange it. You can pick from a variety of other words that we have ho, ho, ho. We have a believe, so they would just fit in there as well. Then we have, what else?
Let It Snow and Noel, which the Noel was really nice because the N is very fancy.
And then the other thing is that you could also do it non-holiday, or you could use other words like we have family, live,
Laugh,
love.
There was a believe in
I
that.
think was there friends?
And I think the other one was home.
Oh, I think you're
I think it
correct.
said home.
I think it said home. So together we did this box using that paper and some of the bits and pieces and embellishments. And again, to make the Merry Christmas, which you'll see up close and personal in a little bit, we used paint markers and we layered silver and gold together to do this project, and then attached some ribbon. And I just want to point out that this ribbon is attached by our really, really sturdy tear tape. It is not glued, it is not nailed, it's just taped on. So if you're in the market, obviously, for tear tape, this is some great tape. You can check that out on our website. And then the final project, which I don't know, I think is my favorite. Well, let me show you this one real quick. Just another version, again, using that same paper pack. I just did a different version, and I love this paper on this one. So many options, many ways to do it, and then we'll walk through and do that one together as well. And then we have the chipboard album. So
Which is funny because it does come in as Halloween, but you turned it into a Christmas album.
So this is just showing you that you can, just because it said Hocus Pocus on the front, and it was just a simple chipboard album. I think it's backwards, but simple chipboard album with just plain cardboard inserts. We turned that into a adorable Christmas album. This is like one of my favorites. So this is also Jingle All the Way, and it's a great little album for your holiday photos this year. There's pockets and tags and flips, and let's see what else is in here. And on exciting pages. Then we have another tag. We have a flip out pocket. We have a flip up pocket. Let's see, what else do we have going on in here? Oh, this one has a tag pocket right here. I think maybe my other sample, you hold that one. Maybe this one has a little more fancy up in it that I did. Oh, yeah, here we go. Okay, so here we have to the tag pocket, and then we have some elements on this one. And here we have some adorable little houses and our snowflake paper. And here's just a tag in the middle, little journaling tag you can throw in there. And we have this flip out, same one I showed you. And then let's see what's next. We have Santa Claus is coming, and then a flip up. Then we have a pocket that opens on the inside. And we have another pocket that opens towards the outside with tags in them. And let's see, I think we have 2 more pages after that, right? Okay, we have this adorable little holly paper, poinsettias. We have the Merry and Jolly paper for joy, and then the back. So again, we made this project and this project using the Jingle All the Way. So those are some really fun projects. Just a great way to show you that you can use multiple medias and do multiple projects with your one paper pack. So hopefully you will join us for some demos and check it out, and we will be back in a little bit.
Real quick too, for those of you that bought the mega bundle, you also received you also received all of the paint markers, the chalk writers,
all the supplies that
glue
you
stick,
need.
tape runner. Right, there will be nothing that you will need to create this project.
Right, you can open up your box, sit down at the table anywhere, and you'll be able to create, because I think other than a paper trimmer. You probably wouldn't need anything
Correct.
else,
There's
right?
scissors, there's a cutting mat, everything is in the mega bundle.
Perfect. So let's get crafting, right?
Let's get crafting.
All right, let's get crafting. We are going to start our project day with this one, the Jingle All the Way chipboard album. So if you have not pre-purchased your class kit for this, once we finish doing this, you're going to want to. So let's check out what came in your package to create this amazing little book. So what you got first was this Hocus Pocus chipboard album that was intended for Halloween, but really, we don't care what it was intended for because we are going to totally redo it and make it a Christmas album. So in your package, you got the chipboard album that comes with a front, a back, and a whole bunch of pages to put in between. It also comes with the ring, so make sure that you keep that handy because we'll put that together at the end. Then in your collection kit, is the Jingle All the Way collection kit from Simple Stories. This is a new one for this year, and we are going to show you two different projects using this one. So one being this chipboard album, and the other the shadow box. So inside of this, you have your 12 by 12 pieces of paper. There's 12 double-sided pieces of paper, one of which has tags, and then there are 3 element sheets. You're also going to get this great 12 by 12 sticker sheet, the bits and pieces die cuts, which are super adorable, and the 6 by 12 chipboard sticker sheet. There's also washi tape in here as well. I'm not a huge washi tape user, so I won't be using that in this project. So let's go ahead and open this up and just check out what's inside. It's like Christmas already, opening this up. All right, so we have, again, you have your Jingle All the Way, which includes the 57 pieces of die cuts, and those are all shown on the back. So if you're looking for something you can just pop in here and check out what it is without having to dump it all out to begin with. Then we have the 12 by 12 sticker sheet. We have the 6 by 12 chipboard stickers, which are great. And then we have all of the paper. So in order to get started, we're going to pull out all of the paper and we're going to set aside 3 sheets. So let me show you which 3 sheets we want to set aside. We are going to put aside your 4 by 6 element page, and then we are going to put aside the tags. This one is number 13709, the tags, and then one more element sheet that's in here we are going to set to the side, which I must have already passed. Oh, I see it right here. This one is the 13711 3 by 4 elements. And we're going to set those 3 aside for using later on in this project. And then there's one other that you want to pull out because we are going to use this one in a different project. So we don't want to cut up this page, which is 13704 Happy Ho Ho Ho. So we're going to take all of those and set them aside for now, for the time being, and then we will use them later. So to start with, the first thing that you're going to do is take all of your pages and you're going to trim them all down to 6 by 12. And then from there, we're going to go ahead and cut them again. So I'm just going to set all my papers aside because I've already pre-cut mine. And I'm going to just show you what we've done. So you're going to end up cutting them all into the 6 by 12 size. And then we are going to go through and cut almost all of them. The only one that we don't want to trim down would be the page that has the pull-out flap, and that is this paper. So that paper, we're going to just leave one of them as a 6 by 12, and then we'll get to that one. So if you want to pre-cut yours, you can. Otherwise, you can just follow along now and then cut them up later. So I've already pre-cut all of mine and started to assemble my book for the easy pages, and we're going to walk through that one. So let's just set this one aside for now, and we are going to move on to the one that I have already started to assemble. So like I said, all of your sheets are now going to be cut down. These, oh, I paper clipped it. These are all cut to 5 3/4 by 5 3/4. It's kind of difficult. None of your chipboards are 100% the same. They should be 5 3/4, but we're going to use a trick that it won't really matter if you cut them a little bit short. So we're going to go ahead now and go through all of your pages that you have, and you're going to want to make sure you trim them all again, except for one of these. You want to leave one of these as a 6 by 12, or really 5 3/4 by 12 instead. And then we're going to get to that page. So in order to start assembling, I'm going to start with the cover for you guys. I have mine already trimmed down to 5 3/4 by 5 3/4, and then I'm going to take a corner round punch, and I'm going to punch the corners to mimic the shape that the Hocus Pocus book started with. So let's go ahead and do that. You know, these things never work when you're trying to do them in front of people. Okay. Perfect. So we'll set that aside for now. And we are going to attach our sheets. Now always remember where the hole is on your paper. So the top left corner is the facing out page. So that's where my hole is. So I'm going to take my glue stick. So for those of you who have ever watched me craft before, you know how much I love the glue stick. We're going to take the glue stick and we're going to put glue on both sides. So one of the things about attaching to the cardboard, wet adhesive is probably best bet, and wet sticks to wet. So if you put some glue down on one side on your paper, and then we're going to go ahead and put some on the cover. Let it dry for a couple of seconds just to get that tacky going, making sure we get to the edges. So as we do that, now see, a little bit tacky here, a little bit tacky here, that sticks better. And then we are going to cover our first page, laying it down just like that. Now if it hangs over a little bit, which I think mine may, you can go ahead, and take some detailed scissors and just trim it down a little bit. Then I'm going to show you the next trick that we want to do. I've already covered the inside of mine. So I'm just going to go through, and you may or may not have to do this, just depends on the book. I'm going to go through, and I could also use a craft knife to do this, but just going to quick trim it up. So now you want to go ahead and cover all of your pages. See how I've kind of a little bit messed up my corner? We're going to take care of that in a second. But I've already pre-glued most of my pages, because what we do next, we're going to use our sanding block and round out the edges and just distress it a little bit. So you want to make sure to go ahead and glue all of your pages down before doing that, just to let them have a little bit of time to cure and to let the adhesive settle. And that way when you go to sand or file, you have less likely that you're going to tear your paper. But for this, I'm going to just go ahead and do it. So I have already glued my second sheet onto the other side. So what I'm going to do is take either a wood file or a sanding block, whichever you prefer. Sometimes I like the sanding block because I can hold it better. And then we're going to go through, and we're going to see, I need to let this one dry a little bit, but we're going to go through and just sand the edges of our book, rounding out those corners in case your corner round didn't work or you had to go back through and trim your paper a little bit. So we're just going to go in one direction. Doesn't matter really which direction you go, just kind of try and stay in that. So you stay in that, not going back and forth quickly because you'll tear the paper. You can go both directions, but just try to smooth it into one direction. And I love that distressed look. A shabby sheet going on. So again, I'm just going to go through and distress my edges a little bit. Rounding my corners. Look how beautiful that looks. I know now I've gotten a little bit of the white core of the paper to come through, which kind of gives it that finish like the cardboard is all together. If you do have any edges coming up, just go ahead and lift them a little bit and put some more glue down, let that dry. But doing this sort of blends the chipboard and the paper together. So it just looks perfect. Look at that. I love how that looks. Hope you guys love how that looks too. Let me know if you do. Or if you have any questions, you can certainly ask them while we're going through. So, kind of like being at the nail salon, I got to clean up my mess here. Look at that. Oh, so the one thing that we need to remember to do is punch your hole through here. Now, if you have a big crocodile like I do, and you do forget where the hole is, in the end, you can actually just make your own hole and not even worry about it. So this is our beautiful cover. And now, once we have our sanding done, and you can go through and sand all of your pages at the same time if you'd like, and then work towards the next step of assembling the book. So, like I said, I've already glued mine down, so I would just then go through, and they've all kind of cured, and I would go through and just sand them all, just to give them the same thing. Now, the other thing that you can use, again, is a wood paper file. It's got a little bit more of a grit than the sanding block that I'm using, and it will definitely work, and it helps if I go in small strokes down through my paper. And this also helps with a little bit of forgiveness on if you've not cut properly, or if maybe your glue didn't, it adhered quick and you couldn't move it. And see how we have like some empty cardboard spaces here? So once we finish sanding, we're going to go through and get rid of that using our chalk writers. So let's go ahead and do that next. Okay, so that's just an example of how you want to go through and get your pages looking beautiful. Now, the next step to making the pages look finished, or finished before we start assembling and putting all of our fun embellishments on there, and then we're going to create some other pages. So the next technique I want to show you is adding a little bit of color to the edges. This is our chalk writers. They come in 15 colors. They're great. They are dust free, so they don't have any dust particles when you're writing with them. They work wonderful on any non-porous surface, such as glass, plastic, mirrors, whiteboards, chalkboards, anything like that that you can wash. Any washable surface, you just need a wet rag or a little bit of soap and water, or a Clorox wipe, anything like that will take it off completely. And then if you use them, such as we are, in projects that have porous surfaces like wood, they're great to embellish your wood, which is another project, or paper, then they're permanent, just like if you used a gelato or any other kind of a chalk. So you're going to use a finger dauber if you have one. If not, you can use your finger, a Q-tip, a makeup sponge, but doing it with the chalk finger daubers is a great way to be able to control how much you put on and where you're putting it, and whether or not, you go farther in the paper or not. So this is all you need to do. Put a little bit of chalk on here, on the tip of it, and then we're going to go along our edges and just add some color. Now, by adding color along the edges, after we have sanded, gives us the ability to take away the cardboard look that's in the middle and gives it a finished edge. See how beautiful that comes out? So we have this perfectly beautiful finished edge. There is the other option too, if you want. You can also take your chalk and just run it on the edge carefully, because you don't want to slip and shoot right down the front of your page. That would be no fun. So you can do that, and then you can go through and just use your chalk dauber, your finger dauber, to again pull it in and then just spread it out. So because we want to kind of get rid of the edge, the cardboard raw edge, I'm going to just go ahead and run like a little bead of chalk down the edge. Hopefully you guys all see that well. And then taking my dauber, just spreading it out. Look at how perfect that comes out. There we go. Another beautiful thing about these chalk writers is they don't dry up. Because there's no dust particles in there, it will take a super long time for them to dry up. So while you're working, you don't have to worry, because you can see I'm still holding that. You don't have to worry about covering them. So we're just going to go through and add as much or as little chalk and color as you would like. And then we're going to finish that up. I sometimes like to add a little bit more to the fronts or the corners just to give it a little bit of a worn look. Perfect. Okay, always try to remember where the top is. So that's the top part of my picture. So love how that looks. I'm going to set that aside. Other fun thing about these is they're so creamy. They write like butter, and they turn from the bottom like a tube of lipstick. So just remember when you're using them, always take the top off before you turn that, or you'll end up drilling the top right into the top of your chalk writer into the top of the container. So let's get moving, and we're going to do our cover. So here's what the finished cover looks like. And we're going to take from your elements page. This one came out of the large elements. And that is, it's the most wonderful time of the year. Now it's a little bit large, so I'm going to take my scissors or your paper trimmer or whatever, but I don't want to have to lug that out right now. So I'm just going to trim off the bottom, just a hair off the bottom and a hair off the top. And then I'm going to take my corner punch again, corner round, and I'm going to trim the corners down so that they mimic the edges of our book. How cute is that? All right, I think I just do it a couple times on mine. I keep cleaning this out, but perfect, look at that. Okay, so we're gonna place that down smack in the center of our book. And then using our tear tape, this is great tape, we are gonna put that down. This tape tears super easy and peels off very easily. So let's go ahead now, peel that off. How easy is that? And then we're going to place our tag. Oop, look, I got my chalk on there. We're going to place that right in the middle. Perfect. And then from our adorable little package of bits and pieces, which I'm going to open up, we are going to grab a red heart. And I know any of you are like me, you end up having to dump the whole thing out just to find one, which I'm going to do on the side here so I don't make a big, huge mess. Let's see, we want a little red heart, which is right here. And then we are going to use our pop dots. Now I have a choice here of several size pop dots. These are larger and these are the smaller ones. I think for this, I'm just going to grab a big one and then place that right in the center, making sure that I don't see it from the other side. No one wants to see your pop dots hanging out, right? All right, perfect. Now we can, if we want, go ahead and add a little color to this, just the same way that we've done everything else. Using your little chalk dauber, you can go ahead, isn't that beautiful, and just change it up and add a little color to your beautiful little heart. Perfect. So that's our cover. And then we're going to set that aside and we're going to continue on and see what the next page is. So I've already, like I said, glued the other pages down on some of my book, just to, so you guys don't have to sit and watch. But the next one on the inside has a pocket. So we are going to go ahead together and create that pocket, which is super easy. So we're going to trim this down again, about 5 3/4. So that, let me just do that real quick. And I'm going to have to kind of wing it because I put my paper trimmer away. So it's about right here. Just going to take a little slice off the edge. Not too bad. And then we are going to use our corner rounds to do the bottom edges, just to mimic again what the corners of our book looks like. Let's go ahead and do that. There we go. Okay, now to create this pocket, we are going to use our tear tape again. And remember, the straight edge with the non-rounded corners are the top. So we're going to leave that open and we're going to glue down 3 out of the 4 sides. So let's go ahead and tape 3 out of the 4 sides down. I'm not going to go all the way to the top, just to give it a little bit of more opening. Perfect. I'm gonna go ahead and remove that. Throw that on the floor and hope somebody comes and cleans up after you. I know I am not from the Neat Crafters, that is for sure. All right, so now we're gonna go ahead and lay that down. Voila. And here you have a pocket, perfect for slipping the tags that we're going to make in a little bit back into those. So let's go through the book a little bit that I've started, and we're going to just put together some of the pages that were a little bit not as simple or as basic. So this is our next page. So these go right next to each other. And as we do this, actually, we can start our ring so that we get them organized, and then when we're done, we'll go through and add all of the embellishments just to keep ourselves organized. So here's page 1 and page 2. Oop, page 2. And now page 3 and 4, which we're going to put our embellishments on once we're done. Sometimes it's easier if you put that ring on first so that when you lay down your embellishments, you actually know where they go. And that way you're not you're not fidgeting to try to figure it out. So I do know that in the middle of these 2 pages, I had placed a tag. So we're going to go ahead and put a tag in there, which for me, I used the Happy Holidays tag. So I already pre-cut all of my tags, which you can do. I went through and cut them all out. I'm just going to add this little one because it dangles in, and that way it's already in its place. So isn't that adorable? Great for a little photo or to journal on. Okay, now the next page we're going to create together. So I'm going to just slip this aside. This is going to be a flip page. So again, I've cut my paper down to 5 3/4 by 5 3/4, and I've trimmed the edges. And this one we're going to glue down again. Remember, wet to wet works best. So let's go ahead and put a little bit of our glue, making sure we get to the edges. And even though I'm not showing you each one, don't forget that after you do all of these, you're going to want to go through and you're going to want to sand them down, and then you're going to want to add your chalk if that's the look that you want. So we're going to go ahead and place that down right up to the edges. And again, I would let it dry for a little bit, and then I would go through and take my chalk and take my sanding block and just go through it and chalk it and sand it, just like we have on all the other ones. Simple steps, so we don't need to watch me do that 10 times because that'd be super boring for everybody. So once we have that page down, again, I'm gonna go through and punch my hole. Clearly you can see that I've done it twice because I messed this one up. So the hole on this one should be right here. I'm gonna go through and make sure I put the hole in. Perfect. And slip that page in to our book. And now the next page is the flip one. So this one, I haven't done the corners yet, but what I did is I cut this down. This was the 5 3/4 by 12. And now we're gonna go ahead and trim it so that we can create our little flip. And your end size that you want to get to is 11. So you're going to be 5 3/4 by 11, which, by the way, this is a great mat. This is a self-healing large adhesive mat that I love because I can go back and measure right on it. So this is 5 3/4 by 11. So you want to trim 1 inch off of the opening side. So for me, I'm going to put it on the outside. So I'm going to open out. And then I'm going to go ahead and score at the 5 3/4 mark so that my flip opens this way. So you want to go ahead and on your scoring board at 5 3/4, put that flip there, that score there so that you can create the flip. And then we're going to go ahead again and trim our corners, round our corners. Sometimes I don't like the way they come out. I just keep rounding. All right, not sure if I'm going to be able to get these through here. This one. Take my bone folder and just see if I can push this down. And if you have a stubborn corner punch like I do, you might have to just trim it yourself, which I think I'm going to end up doing. So the way that I'll end up doing that is gluing it down again using my glue stick. These are my favorite glue sticks. They come 2 in a pack. Okay, so we're going to glue the base part down. And I know I'm going to have a little bit of an edge hanging over because I did not trim off my corners. So I'm going to take my little detail scissors and I'm going to trim my corners down just a little bit so that they mimic again that. And now if you didn't get it look perfectly round, again, easy solution. Go back through and just round your corners with your sanding block so that everything blends together. Or you can use your paper file, either or, personal preference. But I'm going to go through and just take down my corners a little bit. And here you can see where I did have a little bit of space here, but again, we're going to get rid of that using our chalk. So really the chalk helps take away any of your mistakes. Not that there are any mistakes, it's just crafting. But the chalk kind of hides all of those little spots where you may have miscalculated your trimming, which I do often. So that's another reason I love the chalk. So I'm going to go through and add my chalk. Perfect. And now, look at that. We've created this great little flip out page. And before I forget, I'm going to flip it over and punch my hole. There we go. And then we're going to come back together and we will embellish the whole book. So let's go ahead and add that page in. And next we have Here Comes Santa Claus. And here's another great way to make another little flip to hide. So again, taking an element from your element paper. This is the Here Comes Santa Claus. I've trimmed it down just a little bit on each side to make it again 5 3/4. And then I've scored at about 1/2 inch from the top. I've made a score line, and that is where we're going to place down our tear tape. So we're just going to take one strip of tear tape along that top edge where we've already scored it. We're going to place that down. Just like that. Take that off. And then we are going to put that. I did it about 3/4 of the way up my paper, and I didn't round these edges, so I want to make sure that I line up my paper where the edges aren't round so that it's lined up with the square part of your page. And then look at that beautiful little flip that we've created. Perfect place to hide pictures or journal or anything that you'd like to do. So we're going to go ahead, before I add that one, we're going to look at the next set of pages, which is this adorable little cars, and we're going to add another pocket. And this one we're going to add on the far side. So we want this pocket to be on this edge. So again, we're going to take our little rounder, because this one's going to go right up to the edge, and we're going to round 2 sides of it, making sure that we lined the cars up the right way. Oh, that one didn't work well. There we go. So here we go. So we rounded the 2 corner edges, and then again, we're going to tape just 3 sides using our tear tape. Let's go ahead and place that down, making sure we get the outer edges. There we go. And then we're going to place that right here on the edge and line that up. And again, we created a perfect little pocket for all of these tags that we have. And the hole is already at this point, so we don't have to worry about that. So here's one flip, and then you're going to turn the page, and you're going to have another pocket. And then here's the coordinating page to go there. But on this side, we're going to create the next flip. And again, we just trimmed our paper down. Actually, we're going to create a pocket with this one. So we trimmed our paper down and down to being 5 3/4 wide. And this is again off of your elements sheet. And now this one, we want to create the pocket on the outside. So you have to remember which side not to tape. So when you flip it over, you don't want to put tape on the right side. So we're just going to do the 3 sides this way this time. So let's go ahead and create another pocket. This super sticky tape sticking to me. It's probably easier if I do it the right way. And I'm not going all the way to the edge again because I want to leave a little bit of a gap for my pocket. So let's go ahead and pull off the tabs of our tape. So easy. This tape can be found on our website on the under adhesives. So again, we're gonna go ahead and place that down in the center. And here we've created a pocket on this side, and we're going to go through and put our tags in afterwards. So we're going to add that one, and here's the coordinating one to that I've already gone through. And then here's the rest of them that we've already created, so we're just going to go ahead and add them in to our book. And don't forget, once you're done gluing all your papers, which I haven't done on this one, but I'll show you the finished product. Again, you want to go through and sand and chalk all of your edges for that look. Here's a perfect example of why. And then the back cover, which I just did in a solid green. So we're going to go ahead and close this up. And I just think it's sometimes easier to add my embellishments once I have my book completely assembled. So going back to the beginning, this first page, we're going to add in some of our tags, and we're going to put some beautiful embellishments on here. So let's pick out 2 tags I think I used for this one. Let's see. Oh, we have to go back to these. Oh, we forgot this one. We'll go back to that. Okay, before we do our tags, let's go through and add in some of these fun little things that we did. So on our page that had the trees, our flip out page, let's start with this one. We are going to take this "Oh What Fun" tag. This also comes out of your elements, and we are going to add it right to here, and I'm going to chalk that. So I'm going to add some color onto this. See how beautiful that looks going around the edges? Just flipping it onto the edges. And remember, I've already put chalk onto this earlier, so it's still on here. And it just adds the perfect amount just by getting the edges. So I want the edges to look a little bit darker. So I'm going to run it across the edges. And then I can go in and add the color if I would like more, bringing it into my project. Perfect. Now we're going to go and add our chalk using I'm going to use our large pop dots for this too. And I'm just going to place them on here and add this piece of paper to this fun tag to my flip page. Oop. Yeah, just tore my whole thing there. All right, let's go ahead now and place that down. And we're going to put it kind of towards the top corner. And then we're going to add from our bits and pieces this cool car carrying a truck. The truck carrying the tree. So here we have the truck carrying the tree. And again, because I like the fact that this paper is not white, but this one is, I'm going to add some color to it. And again, that's what takes away some of the core of your paper. So I'm going to go ahead and add some beautiful color and texture into this. And then again, using my pop dots. And again, this is a larger element, so I can easily use the larger pop dots. The little ones are great for smaller elements. We have sizes all the way down to micro. Those are super tiny, not good for my eyes, but they're perfect for small little spaces. Then I'm going to place, excuse me, my car right down in the corner. And then the last thing that I want to do is take from my 12 by 12 sticker sheet, I'm going to create a little tag so out of our 12 by 12 sticker sheet, we have these adorable little tags right here that say December 25th. And then I think I use this one to back it. So we're going to pull them both off. And we're going to create a little tab for us to be able to flip open our flip. And again, this is why it's great to put the ring on so that you know where your boundaries are when you're putting elements on and you don't accidentally put them where the tag is. Now where the ring is. We're just going to double side that real quick. See how perfect that came out? Now we have a little flip that we can use to flip open our page. Look at that. Perfect. Okay, and another one that we're going to add while we're adding so that we get these kind of done first, and then we'll go back on our plaid page. This was super cute. Here's an idea of how to add, actually we're going to do this on this page. We are going to add this little tag. So here's a really fun way to add some more embellishments. So we're going to trim this one down, which I'll do in a second. And we're going to also pull out from our bits and pieces a whole bunch of little holly berries. So we want to just take all the holly berries that we can find, and we're going to pull them out, and we are going to use them on the back side of this. So let's see, what other ones can we find? I think there are a number of them in here. Let's see, we have 1, 2, 3, 4. And I found 3 out of 4. So let's, oh, here's one more. Okay. So for our Be Jolly, what you want to do is trim this down pretty much to the words, like just around the holly part. So let's say, this is why they make paper trimmers, because people like me do not cut straight, but let's just attempt. So we're going to cut this down. And again, this came out of your elements page. This is the 3x4 elements. Get rid of our trash. And then again, I'm going to take my little corner round. Whoop. Punch my corners. I love that I can mimic the round corners of this book in here. Look how adorable that comes out. Okay, so we're going to take that. Now we're going to turn it over, and either using your glue stick or your tear tape, whichever you prefer, you're going to just outline the edge of this. And we're going to do that so that we can add these little holly berries to the back of this, like they're kind of growing out of it. So we're just going to add them wherever you would like. Just fun little addition. In a bunch maybe over here. Layering them. Look how cute that looks. Another fun thing about this, I can just run my little element right across it. I'm going to place that one right down there. So now I've gotten them all stuck to the back. And I'm going to use pop dots to adhere that to my page. Look how adorable that looks. And I don't mind that it sticks off the edge. I love when things kind of stick out. Then I can take my fingernail and just curl it up. A little bit of love, a little bit of, oh, a little bit of dimension in there. Perfect. There we go. And then the last one that I added, I believe is last one on the back, is just this special delivery little envelope, which I love. And you can, if you're going to give this as a gift, you can use this to write a little note, special delivery, to whomever you want to give it to. And you can just address it to them. It's the back of an envelope, which would be a perfect place if you're going to gift this beautiful little book to somebody. So let's put that down. All right, so let's go back through, and now we want to add our tags. So we started out on this page with 2 tags. They are, let's see, which 2 tags did we pick? I think we had this one, and I think this one. Now you can either put your ribbon on these tags separate or together, however you would like. I'm going to add a little ribbon to each of them. So I'm just going to take some of my ribbon and feed it through. Let's twist it up and add that through. And then we're going to place those in here. All right, hope you guys love that chipboard. I love making things different than what they were supposed to be, and I love making little albums that I can give as gifts or put out on the coffee table, and I think this one is just perfect for that. So I hope you guys enjoyed it. I hope that you love the paper packs. They are great Simple Stories ones, and there's plenty more of Simple Stories varieties. If you check out our website on scrap-that.myshopify, you can find paper packs from Fancypants Designs, from Simple Stories, and I think we still have some Reminisce paper packs up there on the website, and those are all, again, 20% off with your coupon. The only thing that won't be 20% off is anything that's listed under class kits or a specific event kit. So like our mega bundles that were on the Scrapbook Expo tab, that kind of stuff is not on sale, but everything else you can use your coupon for. So we hope you love this little mini album and you enjoy it and maybe give it as a gift. Great.
Also, you'll be able to see the new collections. Say Cheese 5 literally comes to us next week. Quarantine, I believe, is one. Sweet Talk.
Lots of new things.
A lot of new, simple stories. Kits will be available. So please check them out as well.
Yes. So we'll see you for our next craft. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Jana Eubank with Simple Stories coming your way from my scrapbook room today. I'm so excited to be joining you because I'm going to take you on a tabletop tour of our brand new items coming your way in October. We have 2 brand new products and 3 new collections. So let's get started. The first item I wanted to share with you today is one of our brand new products. These are the Simple Cards card kits, and this particular design is called the Magical Greetings card kit. This one will be shipping to stores in October, but we have more designs coming your way in December, and of course even more shipping out in 2021. I'm going to open it up so you can see it a little bit better, but these kits include everything you need to create beautifully handmade cards. It comes in a nice thin packet, so you can take it with you on the go to do some crafting, either on a vacation or on a crop. But it comes with 8 white pre-scored card bases, and then you get 4 12x12 sheets of die cuts that include the background panels. You also have some layering strips, some layering pieces, and then you have a full 6x12 sheet of chipboard to add a little bit of dimension to those cards. Now let me just open this up so you can see it. I have created one of the cards in this card kit, so I apologize that some of the pieces are missing, but I will show you the completed cards in just a moment. So these are the full color step-by-step instructions that come along with it. So you have a full color picture right there with all of the steps that you need to create those 8 cards. These are the pre-scored white card bases, and you can see that they fold nice and easy along that score line. You've got your 6x12 chipboard sheet, and it's a nice thin chipboard, so it's not going to add a lot of bulk to your project when you go to send it through the mail. And then here's a quick look at some of the background pieces. Now when we did this item, we asked for a really light perforation. You can see some of these I've punched out already for another video, but we asked for a really light perforation so that they are nice and easy to remove from the paper, and you're not going to have 1,000 little nodes all along the edges. Even on the strips come out nice and easy. So all the hard work is done for you. All you need to do is punch out and play. So let me show you some of the completed cards so you can get an idea of what these look like completed. As I show you the cards, I want you to notice that you cannot see like the little perforations around the edge. They're really nice and light, and I haven't inked these or sanded these or anything, but you can, if that bothers you, you can just take a quick nail file and go ahead and remove those. Now, we made a point to do nice general sentiments or occasion-centered sentiments so that you could use these full year. This one says, "Thank you, you're terrific," with those cute teacups. We have this darling one that says, "May all your dreams come true," would be perfect for a baby, or a birthday, or a congratulations. This one is a travel-inspired card that says, "Here we go." That'd be great for someone going on a trip or off to college, or maybe they're moving away. We've got "Wishing you happily ever" with that cute castle. Nice general sentiments like this camera and this smile that could just be used as a note card. This one that says "Treat yourself." You could tuck in a gift card and just tell someone thank you or congratulations or happy birthday. And this one says "Wishing you a magical day." So these card kits will begin shipping in October. We also have Simple Pages page kits. So let's take a look at those now. Here is your first look at our brand new Simple Pages page kits. This is the Magical Memories page kit, and it comes with everything you need to create 4 single page layouts, or you could use them as 2 double page layouts. Now everything is included. Really all you need to add is your photos and your adhesive. Really you don't even have, there's nothing to cut. It's all done and ready for you. You can see that you receive 4 base pages for those layouts, and then you have 3 12x12 sheets sheets of the die cuts and the layering pieces that go on top, and then you have a 6x12 sheet of chipboard that gives you a little bit of dimension. So let's go ahead and open this up and give you a quick peek at what's inside. I apologize for the crinkling noise here as I open this up. In addition to all the pieces, just like our card kits, you get full color step-by-step instructions. And on the top right here, we list the sizes of the photos so that you don't have to guess what size they are, you're just ready to go. Of course, you can customize it to fit your particular photos if you'd like, but this is a great starting point, especially if you're just feeling creatively exhausted and you don't want to do a lot of thinking, you just want to have the fun of putting something together. Look at that fun big castle on that chipboard sheet. You've got all those fun stars, and I love that everything is sized perfectly for these layouts. Look at that giant castle, the fun big titles. You've got photo mats. Great. These are right here are journaling strips, so you just punch those apart. Like the card kits, we have a light perforation, so you're not going to see all the little knobbies on the edge. If that bothers you, just add a little ink the edges of your pieces, or just use a little nail file or a little piece of sandpaper. Now look at that giant mouse ear. You're not going to be able to find that anywhere else but in this page kit. So lots of fun. You've got the big journaling spot, photo corners, fun colors. Here are the base sheets. You can see that some of the layers are done for you, so nice and quick and easy, but also versatile enough that you can change things around. We'll be adding more border strips and things like that to give it a layered feel. But what I love about having some of the work done for you is that you can run this through your sewing machine to add some stitching, and you're not fighting against all those layers of paper. Lots and lots of fun. So there's the two base sheets there, and then here are the other two base sheets. So much fun. So those are the Simple Pages page kits. Let's take a look at our new collections. This is the brand new Say Cheese Main Street collection. You've probably seen our Say Cheese collections before. This is actually our 5th installment, but what's different about this one is you will see that it has lots of fun hand-drawn artwork and handwritten phrases. Really, really, really cute, really unique. So this collection coordinates with the card kits and the page kits that I showed you earlier, which is awesome because if you want to add additional embellishments to those page kits or card kits, or maybe you want to create a coordinating gift box to go along with the cards, you have the collection that allows you to do that. This right here is our 6x12 chipboard sheet. We also have these adorable puffy stickers, so lots of fun embellishments that go along with this collection. Look how cute. Little shoes, the suitcases, the camera, the sunglasses, lots of fun little treats, and the little phrases. We also have a set of the foam stickers. If you haven't played with these are so much fun. These are title stickers that are on a foam base, so they give you some fun dimension to your project. And what's great about these is you get 2 full sheets. There's also some fun icons mixed in there. And here's a look at the other side. What I love is these are on a clear backing, so that if you want, you can cut these apart and move them around on your project before you actually adhere them down. They're great for page titles, but they're also really fun for card sentiments. We have our popular bits and pieces and our journal bits that we do with every collection, and I'm not going to open these up because they're lots of little tiny pieces and it will take too much time, but you can see right there the thumbnail of all the cute images that are included right there with our bits and pieces. And then here are the journal bits. These are great for adding journaling to your projects, but also they're perfect for card making. You can use these open designs to anchor your focal point on your card, and then there's lots of fun phrases that are great for card sentiments. So you're definitely going to want to pick up both of those. We have our new adhesive decorative brads. So they're called decorative brads, but they're actually stickers. And I love this because you can add them to all kinds of places where you wouldn't normally be able to, stick a prong through with a brad, like the cover of a mini album where you're trying to go through that heavy chipboard, or maybe, on a card where you don't want to have the brads showing on the inside. You also get these adhesive chipboard shapes here at the bottom, so lots and lots of fun with those. We have the coordinating enamel dots in those fun magical colors. We have coordinating washi tape. Look at these patterns. I've done a little swatch for you of each one. There's the polka dots, the red one with the phrases, and then that darling blue washi tape with all the different colors of cameras. Aren't those cute? We have a set of clear 4x6 stamps that coordinates with this collection. Here you see the autographs, the sunglasses, the castle, the mouse ear, the camera, lots of fun shapes to create cards and tags with that. We have a coordinating stencil. Now this one I love because this is one you can use over and over. This is the magical fireworks stencil. This would be perfect for your vacation, but also for birthdays or New Year's or your patriotic celebrations. Lots of fun uses for this one. We have the chipboard frames. These are awesome. They're perfect for framing out your photos. You can even use them to frame out your journaling. They're great as an anchoring point for a card, or maybe you want to add them to the front of a mini album. They're also great for creating shaker elements. Super, super fun. Now we also have a 6x8 coordinating paper pad. Unfortunately, I forgot to bring that home, so I apologize for that. But let's take a flip through all the 12x12 papers. These are available together in a 12x12 collection kit, but you can also purchase them separately. So you have all those fun magical phrases, the fireworks, the cameras, the cute stars, the clouds and fireworks, the dots and the park rides. Look at that nice fun plaid and the blue ledger paper. Look at the cute red daisy, the large pattern dots. And look at those park treats and souvenirs. I love that. Now for the element cards, I'm going to actually set these down so you can see the full sheet. This is a new one that we've done called autograph cards. So if you like to visit the different characters throughout the magical park, you can have them sign these and make a cute little mini book. They're double-sided, and you can also use these as journaling cards if you want. Here's a look at the 2x2 elements. The pattern on the back of that one is this cute blue floral. We've got the 3x4 elements, the teacups, the castle. So cute. The back of that is a yellow diagonal. We've got the 4x4, the castle, the treats. Love this. And the back of this one is so cute. Look at it's all those fun teacups. Love that paper. Then here we have Main Street on our 4x6 elements, the mouse ear, the favorites, a journaling spot, nice big titles, and the back of that one is a multicolored stripe. In the collection kit, you also get the 12x12 sticker sheet. I love that big, large banner, the castle with all the fireworks. Look at all the Main Street buildings, and then the fun phrases and the border at the bottom. This cardstock sticker sheet is also available separately. Now, along with the 12x12 collection kit, we also have a 12x12 basics kit, and these are just basic patterns that coordinate with the other papers in the collection. In this particular simple basics kit, we are doing dot papers. So you've got the large dot on one side and then the small dot on the other, and then you have that in 6 different colors. You have the red, the gray, the blue, the yellow, the black, and the blush. You could even use these on other projects. So last but not least, I want to show you our brand new patterned flip books that we have that coordinate with this collection. This 6x8 size features the mouse ear, which is so, so cute. And if you're new to our flip books, these are flat little books that are expandable. They're perfect for making vacation albums. They include 10 pocket pages. So you have your 6x8 size, your 2 4x6 stack size. You also have the 3x4 on the top and the 4x6 on the bottom. And then you have one, I know this is hard to see, with 4 3x4s. This book has a prong system in the back. So you just kind of open up this metal clasp. You can undo this bar here and pull off the covers, and then you can add as many flipbook pocket pages as you want. I actually did a little test and I put in 60 pocket pages in one, and it held together just fine. It was just fine. So lots of versatility to these. Of course, depending on how thick your pages are, will depend on how many pocket pages you can put inside. But I was able to put in 60 pocket pages with just flat cards inside. So a really fun option for your memory keeping. Another flipbook that we have that coordinates with this collection is the 4x6 flipbook, and this one would be perfect for collecting the character autographs. It also includes 10 pocket pages inside and has that same clasp system. Of course, you can purchase the flipbook pocket pages, more of them, to put in if you need, and we also have a 3x4 pocket page that coordinates with this album that can go in this size that you can purchase separately. So this is the Say Cheese Main Street collection. Let's take a look at another collection. I'm so excited to show you this next collection because there is really nothing out there like it. I just love it so much. This is the Simple Vintage Ancestry collection, and we'll start right here with the chipboard sheet. Now this collection is geared towards your heritage memory keeping, but it's also perfect just to document your family memories. Maybe you want to make a special album for grandma and grandpa as a gift with all of your family photos in it. It's perfect for that. So it's got lots of heritage type phrases and imagery, but it also has cameras and butterflies and florals that would be perfect for your everyday memory keeping as well. I love the colors of this collection. You could use this for Thanksgiving dinner. I think it'd be cool to do a tablescape with these beautiful colors and florals, and then put a whole bunch of old-timey family photos down the center of the table. That just would be really special and really memorable. These are the layered stickers. They have 3 different layers to them. You can see how cool those are. You can see some of the camera and the ephemera type layered pieces, the gears and the clocks, the butterflies, the metal book plates, and that cool family tree. We have the decorative brads. Again, those are the adhesive backed brads that are just stickers, and these include the chipboard adhesive pieces as well. So lots of fun possibilities with those. We have 3 different sets of die cuts that go along with this collection. First up is our bits and pieces, and I'll just show you the thumbnail image. Of course, please go to simplestories.com and look at these in the larger form so you can see everything that's included. The layered ephemera pieces, the florals, the butterflies, the hearts, the little book clips, book plates, so cool. I love this one that's called the portrait bits. You've got the old-timey photos, the old-fashioned cameras, you've got the label pieces, and then look at these fun cards that say like mother, father, brother, sister. Lots of fun there. And then this is lots of fun. This is called the frame bits. This has that old scrapbook type feel with those photo frames, and they come in a whole bunch of different sizes. So you can not only do your memory keeping with these, but the idea around these was to build a family tree so where you could branch out and show all the different generations in your family. So lots of fun with that. These actually fit perfectly on a family tree paper that we have in the 12 by 12 papers that I'll show you in just a minute. Here are the washi tapes, and I've done a little swatch. You can see a sneak peek at the floral papers there, the beautiful silhouettes, and then look at that cool old worn out paper there at the bottom. I love the stamps and stencil for this set. This clock stencil would be so fun to do on a layout background or card background. And then look at these cool stamps. I love the circle ones. They remind me of the postage cancellation stamps. Then you've got the old-fashioned cameras and the film strip, and lots of cool phrases. So really, really fun. We also have the chipboard frames that come with 6 different chipboard frames, perfect for your photos, your journaling, for layering, creating shaker elements, or even just on the front of a mini album. That'd be really fun. Look at that cool oval one. Love that. I neglected to bring home the Say Cheese Main Street sticker book, but I do have the sticker book for the Ancestry collection. There's also a 6x8 paper pad for this that I forgot to bring, but you'll get an idea of the papers in that when we look at the 12 by 12 papers. Now our sticker books are 8 inches tall by 5.5 inches wide, but the actual sticker area is 7.5 inches by 5.5 inches. So great big sheets of stickers, love these, and you get 12 sheets of stickers in this sticker book. You've got the labels, got the cool family tree with the film strips, love that. All those fun colorful labels with all the different words. The silhouettes, those would be fun in those frames. We have 3 different alphabets in 3 different colors. So there we've got the tile stickers, the small alpha, and then a larger alpha, so perfect for making titles or sentiments. The cameras, the layered washi type strips, and the tabs. The circle stickers are perfect for adding to your embellishment clusters or using as envelope seals in your card making. There's some layered borders, and then lots of cool phrase stickers there in the back. Okay, so now that we've seen all the embellishments, let's flip through the papers. Now I'm going to leave these on the table because there's lots of papers with a full sheet design, and so I want you to see that. For example, look at that cool family tree paper. You could use those with the frame bits I showed you just a minute ago to create a family tree. This is a tiny tulip in gold. We have these beautiful florals. You're gonna love the florals. Look at that one. Aren't they pretty? Oh, I love it. Then you got this catalog or book paper, and I love the old tape, worn out tape accents, you know, like that brittle yellowed tape. The big floral, that'd be a great title to an album with the blue mini floral on the back. The doily page, that would also make a cool title page to an album with that book paper pattern on the back and the paprika. That gold floral. On the back of this one is a really fun paper. I love this. It's almost like a blueprint of a house. The silhouette paper with the genealogy sheet on the back. The butterflies. Look at those cool layered old photos. Isn't that awesome? The 2x2 elements. This is a moss colored paper with family words in script. The 3x4 elements with the pocket watches. The 4x4 elements with the plaid. And then the 4x6 elements, look how pretty, with the book paper in a honey color on the back. All those papers are available individually, or you can purchase them together in the collection kit. The collection kit also includes the cardstock sticker, but this is available for purchase individually as well. In addition to the 12x12 cardstock sticker, we also have a banner sticker. These are a lot of fun because they have that fun layered look that has openings for pictures or journaling, but it just makes that layered look really easy because all the hard work is done for you. Those are really fun, so give those a try. And then finally, we have a set of 12x12 basics that are all the solids that coordinate perfectly. Robin's egg crosshatch pattern that is a great background general paper. This page is called No Germs Allowed, with the face masks, the hand sanitizer, the thermometers, and more. And on the back side is a coral heart pattern. We have several cut apart sheets that have a pattern on the back of each one. This one has 3x4 and 4x6 cards. You can see sayings like living the quarantine life, social distancing, spread love not germs, and just roll with it. On the back of this one is a cute, colorful virus pattern. This has phrases like we're all in this together, virtual life, global pandemic, I miss your face, homeschool, wash your hands, and everything's going to be okay. The back side is a multicolored plus pattern to help us stay positive. We have some new journaling cut apart sheets, and those are featured on the next couple of pages. This is called Current Reality, and these cut apart journaling spots will help you to document things that have been canceled, maybe your mood during the pandemic, or how things have changed for you. On the back side of this one is a tonal yellow virus pattern. This page has a spot to record books you've read. Maybe you've been working on your food storage or stockpiling toilet paper. You can record that there. And maybe right here in this spot, you can talk about how your daily routine has changed. On the back of this this paper is a multicolored stripe pattern. Finally, we have the 12x12 cardstock sticker sheet with lots of fun icons and great phrases to help you document your unique pandemic experience. Again, this is the quarantined collection from Simple Stories.
I told you were gonna love everything, right? So all of these items that I've showed you today are shipping out in October, but don't forget we have more page kits, more card kits, and more collections releasing in December, just in time for you to add them to your holiday wish lists. So thank you again for joining me. My name is Jana Eubank from Simple Stories. We'll see you again soon.
Okay guys, for our next project, we're gonna do a little bit of home decor and do a wood crafting project. So we're really excited to do this one. We focused a lot this summer on wood. And this is a really exciting shadow box that you guys can make. I chose the words Merry Christmas, but you can put anything you want inside of it. You can add photos to it. You can do whatever you want. We're just gonna show you how to kind of assemble a shadow box using the rest of our Jingle All the Way paper and some embellishments and stickers from the Jingle All the Way collection. We're also super excited to use in this project our paint markers. They're really easy to use, not messy, and super fun. So for our project today, I used the silver, the gold, and black. And we are going to show you how to go ahead and use those and assemble this cute project. So to start with, we are going to put together our box, and then we're going to let that sit, and then we're going to color our wood. So let's get started by putting together the paper in our box. Now, I'm going to move this over here and show you. I've pre-cut my papers so that you guys don't have to sit and watch me cut, because that's really no fun. Nobody wants to sit and watch me do that. So I've already pre-cut all of my papers. I'm just going to go through them all with you and show you what I've chosen. So to start with, let me flip this over and just bang this out. You have this MDF 6x12 shadow box. You can use it for a multitude of projects. It has no hanger, no nothing, so there's plenty of different things that we can do with this, but we are gonna put a ribbon on it at the end and show you how to hang it. So when we did our first project, this was a sheet of paper that we didn't use. And again, remember, we're trying to show you as many ways to use one paper pack as possible. So this is our second project using the same paper pack. So this was a full sheet of 12x12 that we did not use. And I've cut down this one strip to be 11 1/4 by 5 1/4, and you'll only need one piece for that. And again, I love this side too, so it's just a beautiful pattern. You can use it however you would like. I'm gonna go ahead and, I think I'm gonna go ahead and use it on this side just to be different from what I did before. So, I also chose a different pattern for the inside just because I showed you this one, the first one that we've already assembled, and I'm just going to put this one together in the same manner, just using different leftover pieces of paper. So when we did our first project, these are the strips that were left over from some of the pages that we used for an album. So all I did was cut them down. So for the inside strips, you're just going to need to cut 4 pieces. And again, this is actually, I think I'm going to flip this over and not use this side. I'm going to use this side. So this is the polka dot paper that was the Santa Claus paper. And these inside strips, I've cut 4 of them, all at 1 1/4 wide. And then 2 of them are 5 1/4 long. And 2 of them I left at 12 inches long. And I'm going to show you why, because I'm going to just bend them inside just at the corners. And then for your outside pieces of paper, that I think I'm gonna do differently. So on my original one, I did the same pattern on the inside that I did on the outside, but I think on this one, I'm going to leave this beautiful pattern on the outside. So for these, you're gonna need to cut, again, 4 strips of paper, and that one is 1 1/2 long by 12. You'll need 2 of those. Here we have those 2. And then you're gonna need 2 more that are about 1 1/2 by 6, and those are going to be our sides. And then the only other piece of paper, and you can choose any one that you want that coordinates with this from your leftover paper from before. Again, I've just simply cut a 4 by 6 piece of paper, and we're going to set that to the side, and that's going to be our little pattern, right, that's going to sit inside. So to start with, we want to attach or adhere all of our papers to our wood. Now, let me pop that back out. We're going to use our glue stick to do this, and we're going to put some down on the inside just because we've learned tacky to tacky works best. And then we're going to do our paper, and make sure that you get the edges, because when you're doing the inside of the wood, it's difficult to get the edges. Now you can, if you'd like, throw a piece of double-sided tape, tear tape in there if you want, just to secure it around the edges would be perfectly fine too. I'm going to just use my glue stick. It's easy and quick. Definitely works. So we're going to just place that directly inside of our box and smooth it out, making sure that we get all the corners in there smoothed out. I have a little craft knife here. Carefully, I'm going to just use the edge of my craft knife to flatten down my edges. I don't want to cut myself there. Okay, perfect. And then I'm going to go ahead and glue down the insides. I'm going to use this polka dot pattern, and I'm going to start with the two 12 by 12, well, the 12 by 1.5. I left it at 12 by 1.5 because I'm going to actually fold a little piece up on the inside so that I can tuck it in. And again, I'm going to go ahead using my glue stick and just add a straight line of glue. And again, on your paper, make sure to get the corners and the edges well covered. Okay, so to do the first one, I'm going to do this one. I'm going to flip it around so it's easy for me to see. And I'm going to start on one end, and I'm going to push it all the way down. And now remember, I'm going to have a little bit left over, so I want to take my finger and get that all the way in there, and then I'm going to take the corner of my craft knife again, the blunt end. You can take the blade out, probably the smart thing to do. I'm just going to push that right up into the corner and then flatten it down. Same for here. I'm going to just roll that along and push it down. Perfect. Then we're going to go ahead and do the other sides. I'm going to add some glue, and then I'm going to add my small strip again, making sure to get all my edges covered. Perfect. And then on the opposite side of where I have this corner folded in, I'm going to fold in the other corner. So again, I'm going to start on one end, tuck it all the way in, and push it all the way down. And then I'm going to use the edge of my craft knife again, smoothing it out, and then I'm going to bend it in there so that the corner is well covered. Perfect. Now, to do my two sides, those I've cut to the right size, so they're going to cover that little piece that's hanging out over here. So those are cut to 5 1/4 by 5 1/4 by 1.5. So let's go ahead and add those down. This project's super easy and quick. I'm going to do the other side. We're going to add that down, pushing it all the way in. And then again, I'm going to take my knife and just make sure my edges are all completely covered and pushed in. Look how quick and easy that came out. Beautiful, right? Okay, now we're going to do the outside edges. And those are cut 1.5 by 12. The insides were actually 1 1/4, but you might have to just trim them up a little bit as you go because all the boxes might be just a tad off from each other. So again, I'm going to throw some glue down on here. And then I'm going to, let's see, let's check it out. Do we want the same pattern or do we want a different pattern? I think for this one, I'm going to do a different pattern because I really like the brightness of the other side. So let's go ahead and take our glue again, just covering all the edges. And then we're going to lay that down. Make sure you pull it all the way to the end. Smooth it out. Perfect. Beautiful. Now I'm going to flip it over. And don't worry if you have a little bit sticking up. You can take your craft knife and run along the edge, or you can use your wood file and file it down a little bit. I'm going to just straighten mine out before it's cured. There we go. I am going to show you in a minute to go ahead and file it down a little bit. So we're going to add our glue to the top, and then we're going to add our glue to the paper. Love the glue. Here we go. And then I'm doing it right onto my self-healing mat, which I can easily clean with a Clorox wipe, run it under the sink with a little soap and water. It'll be good as new. So I'm not really worried about getting glue on that. Okay, perfect. So we're gonna put that one down, smooth it out. Making sure we get all the ends to stick right. I'm gonna just flip it back over and push it down a little bit. And then we just have our two sides to finish. Go ahead and line that up. Now we're gonna smooth that side out as well, making sure our corners are lined up and stuck. There we go. Okay, now we're gonna do the same to the other side. This one comes out so quick, it's so easy to do. And like I said, we have so many different words that you can buy to put in here. It can be holiday themed, it can be for your home. We have laugh, live, love. We have lots of different words under the wood decor tab, and you can check that out and customize it to being whatever you want it to be. Okay, so now I've gotten all my paper stuck on here. And I'm going to set this aside to let it cure a little bit. And then we're going to go back and sand down the sides and finish the tops using our marker. But in the meantime, while that glue sets up and is pretty tacky and stuck on there well, we're going to move on and do our Merry Christmas. And what I did on my sample one was I used both the gold and the silver of our paint markers. These things are just lots of fun to use. So they start out, these are used, so I've already broken in the tip, but they start out white, and just like any other marker, you have to push down and continue pushing to get the paint to flow down to them. And these you definitely have to leave covered. So I did my project using two different colors, and I used a simple ruler just to make lines, just to get a pattern. And I did it kind of on an angle. So I'm going to do the same thing again for this one, starting with the gold. And look how beautiful and easy that goes on. Just continue to color. Look at that. So easy and so quick. You're just going to put down layers. The wood definitely absorbs the color, so you may want to go back and look at it and just fill it in, depending on how deep and concentrated you want the color to be. So look at that. Then I'm going to go ahead and switch, and I'm going to do a line of my silver. Kind of making sure that I have the same angle that I started out with. And go ahead and just color the silver. This wood is super soft, this MDF, and it's great for, you can use it for covering it with paper and then just sanding it down. So I'm just going to color carefully right up until that little line where the gold meets the silver. And I'm going to continue on. Isn't that so pretty? Now, I'm going to go and again put some more gold down, shake it up a little to get some more gold flowing. Keeping the angle the same, you want to continue the pattern. Just making sure that I keep my angles so that my lines look perfectly straight when I go to finish. There you go. See how that's starting to look perfect together? Now I don't want to forget that I have just this tiny piece over here that I want to add some gold to keep the pattern. And we're going to switch it up and go back to our silver. Oop, wrong end. These things are just fun and easy to use and mess-free. Go back over it a little bit. So you get the idea that we're just going to keep coloring and keep going over our wood until we have our pattern just the way we want it. And again, by pushing down, I'm just drawing more paint to the tip. So I can actually just push down, get some spots on there, and then just pull them out. It's starting to look beautiful. Let me go back in and add a little more. This will brighten up all of your holiday decor. All right. Quiet time, quiet painting time, and then I will finish the Christmas separately. And then the last little bit, we're going to do silver. You can see how soft this is because you can tell that as I'm coloring it, it does move. So you need to be a little bit careful. You don't want to crack it. We have just a little bit left here. Look at that. Perfect. Now we're just going to actually quickly go through and do our Christmas. And let's see, we're going to start out a little bit with the gold on this one. I think I need a little bit more paint and a little bit more of an angle. I want to make sure I kind of get it the same. So I'll do this one really quick. I'm going to, a little bit, set this to the side and let it dry. And then we're going to quick do the Christmas. See how easy that is? And the paint just comes right out. No brushes needed, no nothing. So we're just gonna go over this quick with some silver and gold, and then you could do it other colors. We have yellow, we have pink, we have red, we have purple, white. Oh, look at that, I switched up the tops. All right, I'm gonna make these lines a little bit wider just for the sake of time. The silver is just beautiful. And see how easy and smooth that paint goes right on there? No brush marks, no nothing. Okay, we are almost done with this one. And then we can go back to our shadow box, and we're gonna work a little bit more on that to finish up the edges. Let's see. So here we go. Now that I've gotten my line down, I can just go fill it all in. And then I think I'll only need one more little bit of silver to finish up. Can't help but go back, just add a little more. Okay, we are almost done with this part. And then we just have one more small bit of silver. Oh geez, I did it again. Small bit of silver left to fill in right along our bottom edges. Great. And I can go back and just double check it because I can see from right here a little spot I'm going to fill in. Perfect. Now, you can go back and just add a little more if you want. Make sure that it looks just the way you want it to. So there we have our Merry Christmas. Easy, painted, no mess, no fuss, no nothing. So we're going to set these aside again and just let them sit while we go back to our box. Now that our paper should be pretty good and stuck on here, we're going to take our little file and just go through and rough up a few of the edges just to give it a little bit rustic look. And so it will also help in areas where you may have had a little bit of a little overlap or short, where you might have cut your paper a little bit short. You can go back and add that. You know, rough it up a little bit and kind of it blends the paper into the wood. This is a perfectly good sanding block to use too. For me, I know that I like the sanding block because it's easy to hold. So I'm just going to go through, rough up my edges just a little bit, and then clean them off. Make sure we're all good. And now, again, using the same method, I think I might need a little bit more glue on the edge over here, which is fine. You can go back where you see your edges might have not been perfectly glued down and add some more glue. We're going to use our black paint marker, and we're going to go ahead and fill in all of the raw wood. This is super easy and super fast. I'm just going to do a quick layer. You can go back and add more layers if you'd like, just to make it a little bit more solid. But I'm just going to do a quick run through. And the more you do it, the more color you put on, obviously, the less you will see of the wood grain. So we're just going to go through and paint real quick. And I know this is looking a little rustic, which is a polite way of saying a little rough, but I will just need to go back over it again. The other option that you do have is to use our chalk writers, which we all know we love. And we can also layer with our chalk writers. So we can go ahead and do that as well. And that will also fill in the gaps of where you can still see the wood by just adding a little bit more color with the chalk writer. But this just kind of is just the first coat that you're going to put down of the paint. Before I have to flip it to the other side so I don't color and lean into it. Being left-handed, somehow I always end up leaning into all of my stuff. So get a little more on there. And then I'm going to go back over it again with my red chalk, because that is going to give a little bit more depth of color and a little variation to my rustic look here. And I think my paint marker is time for a new one soon, because I've been doing so many decor projects. Alright, as we come to the end. So like I said, I'm gonna add a little more color to this one by using my chalk writer and my my little finger dauber. So in order to do that, I'm gonna just put some chalk right down on here, and then I'm gonna blend it in using this chalk dauber, and that will add some more color and dimension to my project, which I really like. And it gives it more of a rustic look that I was trying to achieve by blending the two mediums together. And then you can also, using your chalk, that way you can run it along your edges with your dauber and pull it onto your paper. So this gives it kind of more of a like a burned look by mixing your colors together and blending them in. Using the dauber also helps. You can use a Q-tip on the wood. I would suggest maybe you use a makeup sponge though. Okay. Let's just finish this up real quick. And these chalk writers are great. They're smooth like lipstick, where some people say smooth like butter, especially if you're from New York. Smooth like butter. See, now I just put my hand in it. Boop. Perfect. So here we have, now it's all ready for assembly. So what we're gonna do next is we're gonna start out by adding our little background piece of paper. Actually, the first thing that we're gonna start out by doing is picking which side I want to be the bottom, which I think I want this side to be the bottom. And I'm gonna take my plaid strip of paper that comes from our 12 by 12 sticker sheet, and I'm gonna place that down right along the inside. There's just a tiny little piece that needs to come up, so I'm going to push it to the corner And then I can use my craft knife just to take out that little edge, which I just did a really bad job of doing. So we're just gonna push that down. Perfect, see, this is what you get on Facebook. All your mistakes that become beautiful little things. So now I'm gonna take my corner punch, just because I like to add a little round to these corners here. And I'm gonna round out my little background piece of paper that we're gonna place inside. And that's gonna sit just perfect inside there. That we're gonna use our tear tape and we're gonna put that down. So this tape is super easy to use. And we don't need much. There we go. And we're gonna place that down on the inside. Somewhere right about there, just to break up the background a little bit. And then the next thing that I want to do is take all the elements that I want to put inside of here, and I'm going to place them down before I go ahead and put my Merry Christmas down. So I know what I have, some leftover things from my first project, from my album, and I'm going to go ahead and put those in. I have this beautiful doorway that I'm going to put using pop dots on the other end from my little tab, my little background piece. And you guys can add any other elements that you want. You can add photos. There's so many different ways that you can use these shadow boxes. This is just what I had, the pieces that we had after we finished putting together an album. So just utilizing all the things that we have. So I'm gonna place my little doorway down, and then I'm gonna take my sticker sheet, and let's see, what can we get from here that's gonna look great. I think I'm gonna put down this little lantern, and I'm gonna place that just behind the tree. And then I'm gonna take a present and put that right in front of the door, like someone left me a present right there. Probably the Amazon delivery guy leaving me something. There we go. Doesn't that look so adorable? Then I'm going to go back to my sticker sheet, and I'm going to take some of these little dangling ornaments that we have on here, and I'm going to place them down as well. So let's see. I'm going to put one down on here, and then I'm going to add one with pop dots just right next to it. Look at that. And then I'm going to add one more. I have a red one, and let's put that one in there too. So let's add the red one kind of to the middle and stagger them. Perfect. Now let's see, what else can we add? We have some hearts. I think I'm gonna stack up some hearts. So we have some hearts from our sticker sheet, and we have some hearts from our, oh, we have that heart already. Let's stick that right there for now. And then we have some hearts from our ephemera pack, our bits and pieces, and we're gonna put those down. So let's use our glue stick for some of these. And I love the fact that my glue stick, I can just run my element right over my glue stick. And I'm gonna kind of place this down, let's say right about here. Whoop. And I'm gonna put this sticker one right kind of on it. And then using my pop dot, I'm gonna place another one. This pop dot's just a tad too big for this one. So let's grab a smaller pop dot, and we're gonna put that down. Perfect. Let's see, now I still have another beautiful candle lantern that I love, and I'm gonna put that one down in the far corner. Okay, look how easy this is coming together. And now I'm gonna cover up my little mistake over there in the far corner. What else? Let's see, we still have the 25 from Christmas. So let's do this. We have the 25th and we have the word December. So let's take our December. First, we're going to put down our 25th, kind of right about here in the corner. And then we're going to take our December and we're going to tuck it just above and underneath that. Perfect. Now, I think I'm going to put my Merry Christmas down using pop dots and then see if there's any other elements that we want to add before we do the final touches and put our ribbon on. So actually, I don't want to use these giant ones. I'm going to go back to my littler ones, my littler pop dots, because I don't want anyone to see them. And just because you don't need to sit here and watch me pop dot a million things, we're just going to do that real quick. It would help if I peeled off the sticky part. Just going to put a few on here, just so that we're not sitting here too long. Getting them in the places that they won't be seen from the front. Now, I really want one on the edge, so I'm going to take my little detailed scissors and I'm going to snip this one in half. And I put some over here. Perfect. Okay, I'm just going to set that there for now. Then I'm going to just throw a few on here, just to speed it up. Normally, I'm a pop dot freak, and I would put so many of these on here. And you can find all different size pop dots on our website at scrap-that.myshopify.com, and we have plenty of different sizes underneath the pop dot tab that you can find there. So I'm now going to go ahead, pick all these little tabs up and start placing my items down. And remember, this is going to just be any way you want, so I like to layer things. So I'm going to put mine where I cover up things a little bit. Oop, my little pop dot's sticking to me. Okay, here we go. And then I'm going to place the Christmas just like that. I think I want to move my heart over a little so I can get my Christmas in here just the way I want it. There we go. I'm going to go back and put my heart in. And now I can see that I definitely have one little space left that I'd like to fill in. And I think I'm going to use the little envelope that says Dear Santa. And I'm going to do this one just a little different than my first one. So I'm going to go ahead and put some pop dots right on that. And put that down right about here. Slip it underneath a little bit. Look at that. Perfect. So if you guys can see that, I know if you're like me, I like to kind of maybe overload things. So I might want to put something right here. I don't know, maybe a little flower or maybe another sentiment or something else. Let's see, what else can we find from our big pile? Oh, I know, we have a little bell. We can put our two little bells down. So let's put these over here again with our ornaments. I'm going to lay one down flat and then I'm going to pop one up. So again, this is just to give you an idea of how to use these products. So like the first one I did a little bit different because every time you want to do it, you can just do one a little bit different and make it your own and make it just a little bit unique. And now the last thing that I want to show you again is about our tear tape, and we are going to attach some ribbon to hold our project so that we can hang it. This tear tape is so strong that I'm going to use it to attach the ribbon to the back of my project. So I'm just going to put a couple pieces down, just like that. And then a couple pieces on the other side. So strong it's sticking to myself. And I'm going to peel that off. Make sure it's well placed all the way down. I peeled it off again. Same on this side. Sometimes I think my nails get in the way. All right, last piece. All right, now we're gonna add our ribbon. So I'm just gonna place down my ribbon. Make sure it's nice and secure. And I'm gonna place down my other ribbon. Again, make sure it's nice and secure. Flip it back over and then tie a bow and be all done. Perfect. And then I don't know how to, if you guys can see that, but we'll show it to you again later. Look how well that came out. There we go. So there you have it, a shadow box. Just using what was left over from our original paper pack and finding ways to utilize your stuff a little bit different. Like I always say, it's fun to color outside the lines and think outside the box. So I hope you enjoyed this shadow box. So now that we've completed our shadow boxes, which I hope you guys enjoyed and came out really cool, here's our 2 samples again. We hope that you enjoyed them. Again, this is the wood decor, and that all can be found on our website under, obviously, wood decor. These are the smaller letters, and then there are some other larger sized wood. You can also see on the table we have a snowflake and a Christmas tree that's also been decorated with paper. Those are also available on the website. We have lots of, checking it out. We have lots of home fun stuff, lots of wood projects. If you like to do that kind of thing, there's plenty of them on there. And just for shopping or hanging with us today, we also have a code, which I think that everyone will be able to see on a graphic as well. But just to share it with you, we want to say thank you for joining us back at our first event, and you get 20% off your entire purchase at scrap-that.myshopify.com. And your code for today is SSBE 2020. So enjoy that. Again, it's scrap-that.myshopify.com, and you can use SSBE 2020. And when's that valid through? Oh, Halloween. Valid through the end of the month. So enjoy a week's worth of shopping. Have fun, and we'll see you for the next project. Thank you. Okay, we are going to get started on our paper pack from Fancypants Designs. I'm super excited to work with this one. This pack is called Home for Christmas, and it is loaded with some fun stuff. So let's unpack what we have before we start our project. So in here, you will find these beautiful puffy dots. You will find a pack of what they call ephemera. And on the back, of course, again, you will be able to see all of the little bits and pieces that are in here. These are so adorable. We have 2 fun little additions in here. We have the felt flowers, 2 of them that we're going to use, 1 in each project. And then these mini thread tassels, which in the sample that you might have seen before, there weren't any, but I'm going to add them today and show you how to use them. And then we have our 6x6 size paper pad. And we have our 12 by 12 sheets of paper, and you have a ton of paper in here. We're not going to use that for our very first project, so let's put all this away and get started. The first project that we're going to do together is pretty simple. We're going to take this paper pad and some of our embellishments. We don't actually need the 12 by 12 paper to make this album, so we're going to set this whole pack aside, and then let's get started. We are going to make this adorable Home for the Holidays Christmas album. Now, this album is going to be great to store your photos or give as gifts, and it's super quick and easy to assemble. This is definitely for anyone just starting out can totally handle this one. There's not a lot to it, but it's easy to do and uses all of the paper in your 6x6 paper pad. And then, as you can see, I've already prepped mine to start so we don't sit and cut together, because I don't think that's really fun. So these are all the leftover little tabs that I've cut off my paper, but as you can see, I've used this entire pack to do this one little album. One little note I want you to know is that this is all single-sided paper. So you have in here 2 sheets, 24 pieces of paper, but they're all single-sided, which works out perfect in this album. So let's get started. Should we take a quick walk through the book before we start, and then we're going to put the pages together. So on the cover, on the one we're going to do, we're definitely going to add some tassels, but you can see here we've utilized the felt flowers and some of the bits and pieces. Using a circle cutter, we ended up cutting a circle, but we don't sell those. I just want you to know that's what we used, a little plug there. Let's see, we've created pockets on the outside of your photo sleeves. Let's talk about this album for a quick second, shall we? Before we get started. This is a robin's egg is the color, and it is the Simple Stories 4x6 flip book. And this book, in the 4x6 book, all of your pocket pages come the same size. They're all the 4x6 sizes. There's no variation. You can buy little inserts or little pocket flips that will stick in here, but they only make these in this one size photo. The larger albums are the 6x8, and they come with a variety of photo sleeve sizes, pocket page sizes, so those are great. The other thing about this little flip book, as opposed to a snap binder, this flip book has these little tabs that you just pop up, slide that down, pop this up, and then you can just lift off your back cover, and you can add as many as you would like. Now you can see I, of course, have just the standard amount of 10 sleeves that come in here, but I've also added a lot of embellishments and pop dots. So mine's kind of thick. If you did it completely flat with nothing raised in your book, you could probably get about 30 pages in it. And if you raise it, I would say about 20 would be perfectly fine. You can, of course, do whatever you'd like. If it doesn't matter to you that the book is thicker, that's perfectly fine. You can loosen this up a little bit to accommodate that. So then we're just going to slide that back in place and take a little walk through our book. Okay, so again, back to the cover, we have our cute little Santa ribbon and a little circle here. Then on our first page, we have a pocket that we've just inserted. This cardstock was just a plain white cardstock, so you can use anything. In my sample, I'm going to use something different today, making it with you guys. But this would be great for a photo or journaling, and a little tag on top just to give it a little more pizzazz. Okay, and then just plain pages. See, this one's so simple. It's so lovely just to show off some winter photos, but it's simple to put together and quick. So it's not like, it can take a long drawn out time. You can make this and give it as an album, and it's beautiful. So here we've created 2 pocket pages that slide using the gnome as your little tab to pull the pocket out. Adorable little gnome. And just a photo, another pocket page right here. All right. The sweater, the blanket stitch knit, sweater knit, adorable page. And then whoop, here we've created a flip page. And on the sample together, we're gonna double side that, and I'll show you that. And again, a few more little pages. I love this wood paper. And then back to our gingerbread houses. So that's it. That's your completed project, and we are going to work on it together now. So let's get started. I'm gonna set this one right here just for my reference. And I'm gonna get out the one that I have pre-cut all my stuff so you guys don't have to sit and watch me cut. That's no fun. And nearly when someone watches you cut, that's when you make a big mistake. So to get started, you would want to cut whatever your pattern is. And remember, like I always say, my books are mine and your books are yours, and they don't have to look the same. I just try to give you ideas and reference points to start a project, and you can do them however you would like. So for mine, I picked the Argyle print, and that's going to be my cover. And again, that's cut 4x6. And all of the pages inside are cut 4x6, so they're so simple to cut. You honestly can go through your whole book and cut 4x6 pages and then go ahead and put them in. It's so simple. So let's get started with this one. And the first thing that we're gonna do is put down our 4x6 cover page that we've picked. Now, I do talk about my glue sticks all the time, as I do love them, but for these projects, for this book, I recommend using our tear tape. The glue stick's okay on the cover, but because it has a kind of a glossy finish, a little bit of a shine to it, sometimes after a little bit and your glue stick dries, it does tend to peel off. And for sure, on the inside, when you do your pages, anything that you want to adhere to the outside of the pocket page, the plastic, I would recommend using your red line tape, your tear tape, any of that, because the glue will definitely not be a permanent adhesive on the plastic. So that's just a little bit word to the wise. Don't use the glue stick on the inside. So for this one, for any of these things, I'm just going to use tear tape. So let's go ahead and add this adorable little Argyle print right to the cover. And of course, because we're on camera, I have a hard time sometimes tearing that off, but it is really super easy. Trying to be a little bit neater this craft because I tend to make a huge mess. Okay, so we are going to lay this down about a ½ an inch from your outside edge because we're going to put a ribbon on the inside edge. So we want to lay that down just about there. Perfect. All right, and now the next element that we want to add is our Santa. And before we do that, let's talk about embellishing our, my nails are in the way today, and they're not even long. Embellishing our adorable little paper embellishment. So as you can see, there's some little nubs and little parts where it pops out. So as I always say, I love to take away the cut edges and add a little bit. And I know that we've used red for all of our projects, so we're going to go ahead and do that again. My finger daubers have seen better days, so I'm going to hold this one. All you need to do is take your chalk writer, and if you haven't heard about these chalk writers before, let me give you a quick rundown. They are dust-free, particle-free, so they don't smear onto you. Like you can't wipe them off with your finger, and they don't have any dust particles blowing around to get into your lungs when you're breathing and all that fun stuff that chalk does. So they are creamy and smooth like butter, and they twist up from the bottom like lipstick. Now mine's completely flattened out because I used it on a wood project, but they do come rounded. They are definitely not a fine tip, so writing neatly, if you have neat handwriting, it should be perfectly easy, but definitely not a fine point, a rounded tip. And they don't dry out very easily. Now, if you use them on any washable surface, you can take a wet rag or soap and water or Clorox wipe or any of that and wash them off. So if you use them on mirror or plastic or glass or any of that kind of thing, they will come off. But using them on our craft projects, on porous surfaces that will absorb the chalk, those are permanent. So we're going to use them to permanently color our Santa Claus. So I've used a finger dauber, and I've put the chalk on the tip of the dauber just for better control. And I'm just going to go around the edges, and I'm going to add a little bit of fun to that. Look at how cute that comes out. I love to do this because I'm not always a fan of the white open edges, which shows the core of your paper, especially if it's an element that you've cut yourself and you use a pattern paper and then you see the white inside core. So I do definitely love to go across and add a little bit of distressing, and I don't know, it seems to be my favorite look. So you can add as much as you want or as little as you want. You can also gently, if you go gently on top, barely touching it, you can add color, a little bit more color into the project or onto your paper. And then I like to define the edges just a little bit. So I'm gonna go ahead now, I think that's just the way I like it, and I'm gonna place my Santa down about here. And again, I'm going to use, I could use my glue stick if I wanted to for this part because I'm doing paper to paper. So let's go ahead and do that because we all know how much I like the glue stick. He is going to stick off a little bit, so I'm just going to do his center. So we're going to put that down. I would say about a ½ inch from the end of your paper. And he's going to stick off the top and the bottom just a little bit. Perfect. Okay, then next we are going to add our little mat for our words. We can also go ahead and, if you want, to just embellish all your little pieces at the same time so you are done with your chalk. We're going to go ahead and do that. So I'm going to take my dauber again, and I'm just going to go ahead, and you can see there's still plenty of color on there. And I've pulled out this Home for the Holidays tag from my ephemera pack, and that I'm going to use on my cover. So I'm going to go through and just add some more color. And then I've also cut a little strip, this rectangular mat. It's about 4½ inches long by about 1¼ inches. And I'm going to use that as a photo mat for my Home for the Holidays tag. Now this one, I'm definitely want to add a little bit more color. So you can see I'm going a little bit further in, but making sure that my edges have more of a defined look. Just by simply taking the tip of the finger dauber, of the chalk dauber, and rubbing it on the inside gently, and then a little bit more aggressively on the outside edges. And I think that gives it such a beautiful little look. And then I'm going to go around my little berries just a little bit more. And now the beauty of these chalk writers is that you can use a multitude of colors if you would like. You can blend them. They blend beautifully. I'm just, for the purpose of this project, using the red one. Go around my tiny little circle. Now this is a 1-inch circle that I've cut out using a circle cutter. And then, as you can see, I punched a hole right in the middle to drive our ribbon through. And this is a 3-inch circle. And then we're just gonna go through this and add our chalk. Perfect. Love that look. All right, now to assemble. We've already gotten our mat and our Santa Claus glued down, and then we're gonna put the rest of our pieces. And I love to add everything in dimensions. So taking our pop dots, and these you can see are larger size squares, which is fine for this. We're gonna put our tag down first, or for our mat actually. And then we will place the sentiment on top of that. So let's go ahead, here we go. Clean that off a little bit. Now this I'm gonna just bring all the way to the edge, just so it overlaps Santa and it also sticks off of my project, off of my background a little bit. Perfect. Next I'm gonna go ahead and add the Home for the Holidays tag. Again, using my larger pop dots. That way I don't need as many. And as long as they're hidden, nobody sees them underneath there. That's perfect. Okay, so let's go ahead and place the Home for the Holidays down. Beautiful. Okay, next we have our circle. Now we want to place our circle just about here. So we need some pop dots for that. See how quick and beautifully this comes together? Oop. Let's get all those off. Okay, and we're gonna place our circle just about here. And then on top of that, this adorable felt flower. I love these little flowers. Let me just puff it up a little bit. We're gonna take our tear tape. We also are gonna add our little berries to this. So I'm gonna use a couple pieces of tear tape on this felt because I want it to stick. So I'm gonna rub that down there. And I also wanna stick the holly berries onto it as well. So I wanna make sure that it comes off and sticks well. So I'm gonna cover it a couple times with my tape in a couple layers, which my tape is super strong and sticking to myself. You can find this adhesive tape. This is our tear tape and comes in 1/4 and 1/2 inch sizes, I believe by 36 yards. So that is available on the website as well under adhesives, as well as the red line tape, foam tape, all kinds of fun tape. So let's just put one more little piece down here. And then pick off our parts. And then before we lay this down, we are going to take these adorable little berries. And now I know that I want my berries to be facing outwards. So I'm going to just adhere them just like that. How cute. And then I'm going to place this a little off center. Perfect. Okay. Now I have my little circle. And then right before we're finished, I'm going to show you. I have my little circle. I've had cut my ribbon. I cut about 4 times this to go around and be able to tie it in a pretty bow. And I've also taken out of my little personal stash some jewelry wire. And I've added these adorable tassels, these threaded tassels to the jewelry wire. I just fished it through, and then I'm going to create a little twist. So I want them to kind of all be together. And then we're going to add that to our book. So let's go ahead and take the ribbon. Ooh, my circle's there. And we're going to place it on the inside. Now you can secure this if you would like on the inside. So by doing that, you know, obviously it won't move, and we want it to stay kind of right here where, next to the black binder. So I'm just going to place down a little piece, not a lot, it doesn't need to be the whole thing, right along here. And I'm going to place my ribbon. Let's see, we want kind of to make sure we get the center of the ribbon. So I'm going to put that right along here. Perfect. And that just makes sure that it doesn't slip and slide around. Look at that, just where I need it to be. And then on here, I'm going to now take my circle that I've cut out, my 1-inch circle, and I have also punched a hole right through the center. I'm going to fish that through, and I'm going to actually fish it through both sides of my ribbon, right? Good luck with this. Just kidding, it's not so bad. If you need tweezers, that might help, but I think I've gotten it. Maybe not, maybe I lost it. Maybe I'm on the wrong side of it. All right, let's try this again. I probably should fold them together and do it at the same time, which would be ideal. Here we go. I'm gonna push that down through my ribbon. Look at that. Don't you just love how that just adds a little bit of fun to your ribbon? Helps keep it grounded. So I've gotten my little button on there, my little faux button, and now I'm going to go ahead And I'm gonna take my jewelry wire and I'm gonna wrap my little tassels around, twisting them before I tie my knot into my bow. I'm gonna tuck the rest of that little wire underneath there. And then I'm gonna make a beautiful little bow. It's quiet. It's so quiet in my house today, and I'm doing this, and the silence is funny because, you know, that's when you make mistakes, or at least I do. Okay, perfect. There we go. And that is our beautiful cover. Look at that. Simple and easy. Oh, and the one thing that I forgot to add, let's get out our enamel dots, our puffy stickers. Open them up. Love these things. And we are gonna add a center to our flower, and I'm gonna do that with one of the large green dots. So let's go ahead and place that down. And then I actually don't have my little poker out right now, but I'm just gonna use the tip of my little detailed scissors. If you ordered the supply bundle, I think you would have gotten those. I'm just gonna make sure that that's really pushed down and in there so that it doesn't fall out. Perfect. I think that looks beautiful. What do you guys think? I hope you guys are enjoying this. All right, so now we're going to go ahead and start the inside of our book, which I'm telling you, it's going to come together just like that. I've already gone through and cut all of my paper because, like I said, it's very simple. It's all the same size. Everything you're going to cut 4 by 6, which really requires one cut because all of your paper is 6 by 6. So you're just going to pick your patterns, however, in whatever order that you guys would like them to be, and cut your paper. Simple as that. And then we are going to go ahead and start assembling. So for our first page, we've created a small pocket, and this is what the finished one looks like. Hopefully you guys are in camera view of this. So this is what our first one looks like. We're going to change it up just a little bit for our demonstration because, you know, sometimes every time you do something, you make it just a little bit different. And I bought this beautiful craft cardstock, so I'm going to use that in our book today. So I have my 2 elements. I thought these elements went great with the gingerbread, kind of the gingerbread theme. So let's go ahead and start. So I've put my 4 by 6 piece in there, and then I had one of the strips of the 2" by 6" paper left that we've cut off, and I just cut a 2" circle, just like that, to make our little pocket. And we're going to put that pocket on the outside, again using the tear tape. So we only want to do 3 sides, not the top, because that of course is where the pocket will be. So let's go ahead and put down our tape. So I should start to peel this off because I know I'm going to tape over it. And then another piece on the other end. If you're lucky like me, you just throw everything on the floor and Bob comes and cleans it up at some point. He's Superman and he is great like that. Never says a word, just cleans up my giant mess. Now, let's just go ahead and peel the edges off of our tape. Okay, and then we're going to place that all the way to the bottom of our sleeve. Perfect, beautiful. And now if you wanted to make that stand out a tiny bit so that you could tell that there was a pocket there, you of course could take black or red chalk, whatever color, even white, and go along these edges, and then that would give you the definition of a pocket, or more of a visual that there was a pocket there. Then to create the little picture that we're going to put in here, this could be for a photo or a journaling mat or whatever you would like. We can slip our, like I said, I used some beautiful craft stock, but if you wanted to use something else, you certainly can. And if you want to add a little bit of fun to it, we can go ahead and do that. Because we have all these great pieces left over, we can totally add a top to it. And all we need to do is glue this down. So let's go ahead and put a piece of tape, and we don't really need to measure because it doesn't really make a difference for this. We're going to put piece of tape on each side. And we are going to create a little binder top. And then we will just trim it off. So let's see. We're going to peel off the tape. And then placing it down, just like that. Then we can flip it over and we're going to fold it right on the top. If you want to get out your bone folder, you can, and just make sure that that's flat down. Then we're going to peel the other side off. Always happens to me, live things. Okay, then we're going to peel that side off, flatten it down, and then we're going to just take our scissors and snip it right here, right off the little edge. Can run that through my paper trimmer if I had it out, just to make sure that it was perfect. And here we've created a little binder top. Look at that. Perfect. Simple, perfect, easy. And then finally, we're gonna again embellish our little, and again, I still have some chalk left on here. So I'm just gonna go around my little edges of my coffee and my hot cocoa. Adorable. And we're going to add them with a pop dot to the outside of our pocket that we just created. And then if we want, we can take our enamel dots or puffy stickers, and if we want to add one or two or put something at the top right here, we can go ahead and do that. Right in the middle of the dots. Look at that, adorable. For one page down, so simple. Now our next page, again, it's just simple. I just think this paper is so adorable with the wood logs cut out. And on here, we just have our boots, and we're gonna just stack them up together after we give them a little love. Let's go ahead and give them a little bit of loving. A little bit of pizzazz. And like I said, you can use whatever colors you want. You can use a variety of colors in your book. I think I might switch it up a little bit and use a little bit of black. The only color that I would say is not as creamy and soft, and I still haven't figured out why, is the white. That one just tends to be a little bit tougher to manipulate, but works great on surfaces that are washable. Just not as smooth and creamy as the other colors. And there are 15 colors of them. Let's see if we can remember them. There's red, blue, electric blue. There's electric blue, light blue, hot pink, electric pink, purple, green, orange, white, silver, bronze, gold, copper. I think I got them all. And yellow, if I didn't say yellow. All right, so let's go ahead and just put our little booties down. We're gonna do them one up and one flat. So let's just put some tape on this one. These little UGG looking boots, I don't know why, but they both go the same way. Or they look like they're the same foot going that way. So we're gonna just move them like they're, like someone's taking a walk. And then these two, we're gonna place over on the other side, one up, one down. You know, in such a simple, easy book, it's fun to just add these little touches. But like I said, this one is so quick and easy to do. All right, so let's go ahead and put that one down. Then using our pop dots again. I think I'm gonna have to go to Pop Dots Anonymous at some point because I am a popaholic. We're gonna put those down. And those I staggered. Look at that, beautiful. All right, next one. This is one of my favorite pages. I love these little wooden trees, and we're gonna use them in another project. I love the cute little trees and the beautiful deer. So again, we're just going to take our little pop dot, we're going to place this in the corner, and then these gorgeous deer. I mean, seriously, who doesn't love these? We live in the woods here, so I love to look outside and see the deer, so this is just one of my favorite things. So this I'm going to take, and I'm going to put him down flat. So he's going to be in the background. Let's get that in there. He's our background guy. And then she is going to be in the foreground. You know what? Let's move him over a little bit before that's permanent. We're going to move him over. So this obviously is going to be a good journaling place to put some journaling because we're kind of covering this whole page. And then using my pop dots. All right, guys, I don't know if anyone can hear that. My dog is snoring underneath and it's hysterical under my desk. So there we go. Beautiful. I love these two deer. I think they look great like that. You know, he's checking out what's going on and she's looking around. I just think that's such a beautiful little page. All right, now our next page, this one is going to be, we're going to create pockets again. And to do that, we are going to take our plaid paper is what we've chosen for this. And then again, we have those two strips. So off of each one of these, I got two 2x6 strips, which I've now cut down to the 2x4s. And we're going to glue those down right about here. But I think if you want, you could go ahead and put some chalk around them just so that they kind of look different and stand out a little bit. I think I need to add a little chalk to my chalk dauber, to my finger dauber. I think I've used all of it up, so time to add a little bit more, but see how long it went before I added it? I'm just getting rid of the little white edge on these. Okay. See what a difference that makes? And that way, when I go to put it down, you kind of can differentiate the patterns. I mean, they're the same, but you can see that there's something a little bit different about what's under the plastic pocket page and what is above. So, perfect. All right. Now these, again, we're going to create pockets, so we want to make sure that we only tape 3 sides, leaving one of the long sides open. So let's take that. All right, and glue these down. Like I always say, you know, these pocket books are so adorable, these flip books. I love them. They are so easy to assemble and to use. But one of my favorite things to do is to put things outside of the pockets. You know, it's fun to make it different. You don't have to be limited by the plastic sleeves. You can just use them as a jumping off point for making beautiful pictures and things on them. You know, just like you would in a layout. So we're going to go ahead and put that one down on this side, right? And then we're going to do the same for the other one. And no rhyme or reason, I just keep throwing the tape and the pop dot backs all over the place. All right, and then we're going to place this one down just opposite that one. And these are going to hold our adorable little tags. So we're going to put one on this side, and then on this one, we are going to add our little gnome. Love this guy. How adorable is this guy? Look at that. He's so cute. Okay, and then I do want to add to the top of him a little enamel dot right onto his hat. Let's add a little adorable red dot, and then we're going to take our pop dots, making sure we don't see them. And if we do, I'm going to switch to the smaller pop dots, which are over here. Nope, those are the same size. Here's the smaller ones. So I can move this one down a little bit, and I'm going to switch to the smaller ones so I can get a little bit right here. And then placing some more of these, because we're going to use this guy as our kind of as our little pull tab for our pocket that we made, or for our little tag that we made that you can journal or put photos on. Our adorable map. So look at that. How cute is that? Love that page. Love it, love it, love it. How cute did these come out? All right, now the next one, simply going to glue this one down. And again, you can use this for a photo mat. So you can glue it anywhere you would like. I'm not going to bother with that right now while you guys are sitting here. But this one is, again, another page, just another way to make a pocket. And we're going to glue this one down on the outside as well, again on 3 sides. And this one's going to go on the bottom of our pages. So now we've done several different styles of little pockets on the outside. And then we have one more that we'll do together. That's a flip. And that's simple. And then we can go back and look at our finished book again. Okay. Yep, just throwing my stuff around, waiting for my husband to come in, clean it all up. All right, so let's go. If you guys remember Crazy Bob from the shows, yep, he'll be in here. All right, so now I'm just gonna slide my little pocket in there, and look how cute that came out. And again, we can add a little bit of fun to this one by putting some enamel dots maybe in the corners of our pocket. Simple, easy, and I'm telling you, this will just be a great gift for somebody for the holidays with family photos. Okay, now this paper, all we wanted to do is add our elements to this. I love this paper. It's like the stitching of your hats and your gloves. So we just want to add those to the corners. And then here's our page that we're going to put together, our next page that we're going to put together. Pull out all my little elements. And so in organizing, I went through the book and put all the elements where I wanted them to be, so that I had kind of a visual layout of what it was going to be like. And that way it made it much easier to assemble. All right, so here we have, I chose this pattern. It doesn't really matter what pattern you have left. I had this one sheet of paper left, and then I have one sheet of the cover paper, because remember, we used these two on our cover. So I could do it either way. I'm gonna leave down my little holly berries. Now I want this, the same coordinating paper, to go here, right? Because I want them to match, because I have like the matchy-matchy going on. So in order to create the flip, I've taken my 2 pieces, now I'm gonna back them, 2 pieces of 4x6, and I've scored them right here. If you can see, I've already taken out my scoring board, and I did about a 1/2 inch on each side. So there's a 1/2 inch score on this side as well. I'm going to take them and glue them together. And I'm going to make sure I line up where I've scored them. Super easy. And for this, I'm going to quick use the glue stick just because it's the fastest method. It'd help if, I'm going to use this one. Okay, the fastest method is my favorite glue stick. So let's just do that real quick. Now we're going to definitely make sure that we have our edges lined up and our score lines. Sometimes for me it's a little tricky. Left-handed, I always seem to have a hard time doing this because I'm always working into my things. All right, there we go. Perfect, look at that. Okay, and here's the score again. And on that, right here along this score line, we're gonna take our tape, our tear tape, and we're gonna add a couple of strips of tape right to that score line. And that is going to be where our flip sticks to our pocket page. All right, so taking that tape, I should have peeled that stuff off first, huh? That would have been a smart idea. Let's peel this one off first because I just taped down the backing. Okay, and then we're going to add one more piece. Just for good measure, doubling up on my tape. And we are going to add that to our page here. Now I want this page to fold out. So I'm gonna adhere it to the outside edge of my page. I'm gonna turn it sideways and adhere it to the outside edge of this last page. There we go. Perfect. Back to matchy matchy. But yet we've created this beautiful flap on the inside. So now on here we have our comfort and joy. And here we're going to put just a little holly berries. And I think I smushed all my little elements away when I was doing that. Here's my joy. Oh, here we go. Here's my comfort. And the end is right here. So let's go ahead and see what that one looks like. So that one, we're going to do the words comfort and joy. And again, we can use our red to go over it. I've really abused these this week on my crafting. All right. Comfort, joy, and then my ribbon, my beautiful bow. Perfect. And I love these adorable holly berries, and we're definitely going to do something fun with them in a second. Okay, so we want to just put down our comfort and joy, and I'm going to use my small pop dots and just put a few on here. And then starting with the word comfort, so I can decide how I want to lay it out. I think I'm going to do it a little bit on an angle for the comfort. And then let's put the and sign, the ampersand, just like that. And then we have our beautiful joy. And we're going to put that one, oop, I know you can see that from the other side. I never want to see my pop dots from the other side. And then we're going to put our joy right here. And then using our bow, we're going to put the bow, oh, there's a little piece of that bow that's still on here. Okay, we're going to put our bow down, but before we do that, I want to take my finger and push to the middle and then roll up using my fingernail. I'm just going to roll up the bow. Now your other thing that you can do, since I have a little bit of the paper is still here, I'm actually just going to cut it all the way up. And I'm going to cut it all the way up on the other side as well. And that gives me more of an option to pull my bow up and give it a little bit more life. I just make it into a little cut looking. And I want to just trim off the little pieces that I've cut right here. Just shave them down just a little bit. Then if I want, I can take my little red chalk and go back to the open part that I just cut. I think I'm gonna give the bow section just a little bit more color so you can differentiate the bow from the bottom string. That's the beauty of this chalk. We can keep going back and adding to it. Woo, oh my goodness, did you all see that? Jumped out at me. All right, so now I'm going to peel off the backing, I'm gonna place it right here. I do wanna make sure that I'm not overlapping enough where it's gonna be in the fold. And then I'm gonna add one more element to that, which is a dot, an enamel dot. So let's take a light blue one. A seafoam green one, because it'll stand out. And put that right on our bow. Perfect. And now we're gonna take our little holly berries and our tape. We're gonna place them down right on the other page. Then we're gonna jazz this up a little bit with our enamel dots. So I'm gonna just place that down, and then using my red dots, I'm gonna add dots to the berries. How cute. And I'm gonna vary the sizes because you have a variety of sizes on here. So let's make some berries bigger than others. Here we go. Let's see, let's take a really big one. And then another little one. And one more little one should do the trick. Look at that. How adorable is that? And the enamel dots just give it that glossy, beautiful look. So you've changed your paper embellishment to something just a little prettier. And then on this set page, all we have are these two. And again, you can do the same thing with these. If you want to give it a little bit more dimension, what you can do is take your scissor and go through and just trim the edges in between some of the leaves. And then that way you will be able to cut them and flip them up a little bit more. So we're gonna do this, and then we're gonna add our color. And you wanna just make sure you round all your little edges so that it looks natural. So we're gonna go through and just snip out the squared off parts of our flowers. Here we go. Just quick go through them, making sure to round them as we go. And remember, then we're gonna add color to it. So it's gonna look beautiful, and the little parts we cut, you won't really notice them. How far did we get? Okay, I think that should do it. Oh, this one definitely needs a little trimming. All right, let's pull that little piece out. And then, okay, taking our chalk here, we want to make sure that we just round them so they don't look like we cut them, you know, just blatantly cut it. So we're going to take our chalk and add that in here. And I do keep saying I love to get the edges. I love that dark outline that you get when you get just the edges going, and then drag it into the middle. Making sure to get where we trimmed so that you can outline those edges as well. Okay, so now we're gonna take our fingernail, and some we're gonna just do differently, up, down. We're just gonna roll in the leaves of the flower just to give it a little bit of life, a little bit of loving. Hold, and just kind of make a cup with your finger and hold down the center. And then you've created this great flower. Look at that. All right, and now that for sure needs a center. I'm going to use a large red one for this and place that down right in the center. And I can go through and give it just a little more color. But what a difference, look. We don't have to do this one, but look at the difference in what we started with and what we end up with, just by simply cutting and chalking our flower. And then we're going to go ahead and put that down with a pop dot. And I think that just looks so beautiful. And you can also make another one and layer them and give them some dimension and, you know, spin them around. It would just be perfect. All right, and then we don't need to go through, but we're gonna have our candy canes, our winter, our beautiful snow globe and hot chocolate. And then we have just our back page. So let's look at those pages again, finished, and just flip through our book. So those pages, here's the flower and here's the snowflake. Then we have the winter and the candy cane. We have the hot cocoa and a beautiful winter scene inside our snow globe. And then finally, another gingerbread page to mimic the very first page that we did. So here you have it. Quick, easy, fun to put together book that will make a perfect place for holiday pictures and an even better gift to give to somebody after the holidays, showing, you know, all of the fun times that you had. So we hope that you enjoyed it. It's quick and easy. Like I said, beginners can do it. You don't have to be, you know, a 10-year scrapper to be able to do this book. So if you have kids or anybody that's just starting out, this is a great way to start. It's fun, it's easy and simple to put together. And again, just using the mini snap flip book and the Home for Christmas paper pack, we created in no time a beautiful album. So we hope that you enjoyed that one. Thank you. All right, we're back again and we are super happy with this cute little project. This was an easy one to put together. Since the paper pad was already a 6x6, all we had to do basically for everything was trim off a 2-inch strip on everything, and then we reused most of them. So let's take a quick peek at what we made. So we made this adorable pocket, and if you've ever taken a class with me before, you know I always say, color outside the lines, think outside the box. Put stuff on the outside. Just because it's a pocket page doesn't mean that you need to put it inside the pocket. So here we've created a little pocket page and a little journaling tag or a photo tag mount that we can put pictures on, and then you can slip that off and you have this adorable little page there, gingerbread page. Oop. And then we made, let's see, we made boots, or we added some boots to this paper. Here we have such beautiful little deer and a doe. And now we did 2 pockets that slip out sideways. They each will go out. And that one, we put a little gnome on because he's just adorable with a little gem on his hat. And here we did another pocket. And then let's see. This paper, I love this paper. It just looks like a sweater. And then here we did a flip. So this one flips out. And we just double-sided our paper here to coordinate. So that's an easy little flip. What else we got going on here? Here we have comfort and joy, some pretty paper. And we talked about embellishing your paper bits and pieces or ephemera pack with our chalk and daubers, and just bringing them more to life and giving them some dimension using color and adding color to them. So that's what that example is. And then another 2 pages, and I love this little wood. And then that was it. A super simple, super easy book.
Also, also these books, they come in, I believe, 10 different colors. And right now they are all available. So please check them out on the website. They come in 2 sizes, a 6x8 and a 4x6.
See, can we tell them the colors? Do you think you know?
I don't think I know.
All right, let's try. I think there's red, a green, which is like a kind of an olive forest green. There's black. There's pink, which is a hot pink. There's blush, red,
robin's
blue,
egg,
robin's egg,
navy
teal,
blue, navy blue,
And yellow.
teal, and yellow.
There we go.
And again, they're all 20% off when you go on the website. We also have all the refill pages that if you would like to, add a few more pages to your book, we have that as well.
And they're so simple to add. All you have to do is slide the little tabs. And this one I have slide these up and then lift that off. And you can add your additional pockets. The 4x6 books only come with 4x6 sleeves in them. They don't have variety packs of sleeves. But the larger 6x8 book, there are several different options for that. You can get full sleeves or sleeves that have...
or you get a multi-pack where you get a little of each.
A little of each.
We also still have the old binders, the 6x8 binders. What makes them unique now is, let's say you bought a yellow binder. It all coordinates inside.
So you're going to get some coordinating paper, some binder tabs, and I believe 10 pocket pages will already come in your snap binders. So those are the don't call them old. Let's say they're like the tried and true.
I meant the older. I mean, they're all new. There are a lot of new styles that literally just came out. Also, in a 4x6 and 6x8, there of these books, there will now be Disney.
So
again, we get all that on
coming soon.
Right. That all comes out next Friday. So you guys can be the first to order because we did put them all up on our website. Even though they're not in stock yet, but you can order them and they will ship out next Friday.
So we're glad you joined us for this adorable little book, and we hope you enjoy the next project. And don't forget, it's scrapthat.myshopify, scrap-that.myshopify.com, and your code is SSBE 2020.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Casey with Foundations Decor and happy to be coming at you in behalf of Scrap That, who I've known for a very long time. When they asked us to do this video, we were very excited to do that for them. I've known the Fusiks for well over a decade now and been working alongside them. When I started with Foundations Decor, Bob was one of the first people I called to say, hey, let's get something going again. So I'm happy that they asked me to film this video showing off some of our cool products. Now, who is Foundations Decor? Well, that's us. We've been around a little over 4 years now and brought some amazing products like our magnetic calendars, our shadow boxes, home blocks with interchangeable O's, and that's all stuff I'm going to show you today. And Foundations was all built on the concept of offering a foundation and allowing the customer to build their style. And let me show you what I mean by showing off our magnetic calendar. This is by far our most popular product in 2020. And we've been showing it off since January, and it seems to be doing very well. And I know that Scrap That carries this on their website, scrap-that.myshopify.com. And so let me show you what this is. And I told you we offer a foundation at Foundations Decor, and what that means is, here's our foundation. This is our black magnetic calendar kit. It also comes in white, as you can see here. What it is it's the foundation. So what the foundation does, it saves you time, cost, and space in your home. You don't have to buy a new frame for every single month of the year. Let me show you what I mean. So in the black or white, they both come with the same things, you get all of the numbers that you'll need to fill out the month. You also get these awesome icons, and I'm sure we'll be able to do a close-up of some of this a little bit later, but you'll get all these cool icons and blank tiles to fill extra spots. Now, what do those blank tiles do? You see I have October set up over here. What happens in October? Well, October is a month of birthdays and everybody's favorite holiday, Halloween. So what do I have in place of the 31? I've got this cool little spider. Also, maybe the 13th is somebody's birthday. I don't know why I chose the 13th other than lucky number 13, and I've put our balloon on there as well. So the way this works, pretty simple. October's over, right? Well, what comes after October? Not December, even though that's the one I set up over there. I'll be very careful not to knock this over. We just quickly change out. Now, this is what I mean by the foundation. You don't need a new calendar frame for every single month. You just need to replace them with these cool tiles. Again, it's magnetic. And just like that, within about 60 seconds, 30 to 60 seconds, we've decorated our wall, transitioning from that Halloween feel to more of a harvest, Thanksgiving-y feel. Just like that. And now I'm not going to change out every one of these tiles, obviously. You just follow the dates there. But just like that, we've decorated for November. And it took us about 30 seconds to change out the tiles. And obviously, we lose the spider. Put in our chicken, turkey, whatever leg you want it to be. It can be a chicken if you're particular to chicken on Thanksgiving, or a turkey leg. And those come in here, right here. After November, we switch out to December. And it's just that easy. And we have an insert for all 12 months available. One cool thing that comes in addition to the frames or the monthly inserts, we do have this add-on kit. It's called our Big Days Extra Tiles Kit. Now what's in the Big Days Extra Tiles Kit? You get an additional 13 shapes to honor special occasions or big days on your calendar year. That might be, say, an anniversary, first day of school, first day of winter, or that could represent some sort of whatever winter sports you're into, any summer occasions, additional birthday tiles. Those all come in the Big Days Extra Tiles Kit. It even gives you 5 additional blank tiles and magnets, so you could customize your own in case you have a very specific day you want to celebrate throughout the year. So that is our calendar kits that are carried by Scrap That. Make sure to follow them on Facebook to stay alert to when they get new product in, like the calendars would have been a few months back. So next we want to show you our awesome shadow box kits. Ta-da! And just like that, through the magic of camera work, we've switched our magnetic calendars for our magnetic shadow box kits in about 2 seconds. I want to show you what's really cool about these, and it's just along the same lines as the magnetic calendars. Is that, again, you just need one frame and you can be decorating for all year round, any season, occasion, holiday. It's very cool. In fact, this is the first product that I've worked with Scrap That on, because when I sent them a sample, they said, yep, love it, let's give that a shot. And you should see some of the amazing work that Melissa's done with the shadow box kits. She's made some really cool samples of them. Unfortunately, I didn't have one of those, but I do have some awesome samples to show off. There's about 24 different options of shadow box kits, so obviously we couldn't fit them all into one frame. So make sure you check out, because Scrap That does carry them. Again, that's scrap-that.myshopify.com. You can go check out all of the awesome shadow box kits that we have, and they've got great deals on them. This one's our birthday. Wouldn't it be awesome to wake up on your birthday morning to see this greeting you in the hallway or in some sort of breezeway? Again, they switch out so simple. We've got the white frame and the black frame options. And just like that, you can switch them out. I'll just show you, for example, let's say it's October, right? Well, what do we do after Halloween, right? Transition into November. In the States, that is usually Thanksgiving month. So it's this easy to switch out, just like this. And again, you save time, you save money, and you save space in your home, because you don't have to store 12 frames for each month or all the different occasions you want to decorate for. One frame, maybe 2 if you want white and black, and you just switch out the kits for each month. Again, we've got about 24 to choose from. You can see them all at Scrap That, or go check out their Facebook page and follow them so that you can see some of those cool designs and products that Melissa's putting together. And also, you'll notice that we do have a few extras, like there's some buttons and things on this birthday kit. Well, we do sell real wood buttons. We do a lot with wood at Foundations Decor. So we sell real wood buttons, have some tools. In fact, one of the cool tools carried by Scrap That is our large and small paper files. These are great for just getting those tough paper edges that look a little rough. You pull them right off, and it cleans up really nicely, and then helps it to take to things like inks and paints and stuff like that. Or if you like the distress look, they're great for that. I recommend having a couple of those around. But that is our shadow box kits, and let's move on to the next product that we want to show you. Okay, switching gears now into the wonderful world of pine. So far what we've showed you is like magnetic products and things like that, but we actually carry a lot of radiata pine products that are just fantastic for crafting and decorating your home. And this is our oldest monthly program that we have on hand, and it still is one of our very top products we carry. These are our home blocks. Yes, you can buy them just like this and paint them yourself. They come raw, ready to decorate. This type of raw wood, you can kind of see there. And again, radiata pine, I'll talk about that in a second, but you can just buy them open like that and decorate your home. It's just classic seasonal home. Or you can get on board with our monthly interchangeable O's. We love these monthly interchangeable O's, and I know that Scrap That has a monthly program going with our home blocks right now. And just like that, we're decorated for Halloween after we decorate our witch hat. And there's a few Halloween options to choose from. There is something for every month. There is something for all occasions and every season. We've even got birthday hats. We've got telephones, some trendy things like this, right? So you get it like this, your monthly program. And this one can go for all seasons. It ends up being like that, just like that, the telephone. Another cool trendy guy is this gnome, and we've got him set up in our welcome blocks. These are newer than the home blocks. They're just the same concept, just a different word that you can use in a different part of your house, or if you prefer welcome to home, choose welcome, and then get on board with the monthly interchangeable O's. This gnome, very popular. We have had an issue of keeping him and other O's in stock. That's how popular this line is. We ship them as fast as we can get them in stock, but we do have another load coming very shortly. And that guy's very popular. Again, it does come with the O if you just want a classic welcome in the home. But again, each season, each occasion. Now I told you I was going to mention this is made from radiata pine. Well, why do I keep saying that? Well, radiata pine seems to be a superior crafting wood. It's a little softer, less brittle. So it's better for sanding and taking to paints and inks and things like that. It's just easier to work with. And that's why we chose to use such a high quality pine wood in our products that require the pine. So again, every month, every occasion, great wood. All products come pre-sanded and cleaned, so you don't have a sawdusty mess on your hands as soon as it shows up at your house. And again, check out Scrap That, because they have a monthly home program going on right now. You can get on board with that, and I would love for you to even visit their Facebook page, again, to see some of the amazing things that Melissa's doing with these O's that we have for the interchangeable home and welcome blocks. And let me show you one more product before we part ways in our next segment. Just a couple more things we want to show you before we let you go, and you can be done with my monotonous voice and go back to your daily lives and watch some awesome projects that Melissa's put together. One thing that many of you don't know that Scrap That does is not only are we Foundations Decor, but we're also Fancypants Designs, the paper company that creates paper designs as well. Unfortunately, we are not immune from what's going on in 2020, just like many of you are not. And so we were unable to retrieve actual layout samples from our warehouse where they're stored, as well as our brand new Fancypants paper lines, which we did just release. There's 3 of them. There's Wishmas for the Christmas season. There's Plain Fun, which is a great travel line. Now I know a lot of you say, well, 2020 is not a big year of travel. I know you've all got 1,000 photos that you've never scrapbooked and you're waiting to. So make sure to check out Plain Fun. And the third one is a pretty unique line. It's called Sidekick Optional. It's very superhero-esque and is doing amazing for us right now. Scrap That carries all 3 of these collection kits on their website for a great deal. So make sure, once again, you check them out at scrap-that.myshopify.com. And you can find those under the Fancypants design collections, as well, amongst other things that he's got in there. But this is to represent that we are Fancypants Designs. We are still cooking up some great paper lines, and we'll have 2 or 3 releases a year to prove it. So anyhow, make sure again to check out those 3 brand new lines: Wishmas, Plain Fun, and Sidekick Optional on Scrap That's website, and claim yours right now. And if they need more, I can get them to them right away. One last really cool concept. Now, you noticed I've been standing in front of these signs. Those aren't just for aesthetics. Something really cool. We make a product called Click Sticks. Now, Click Sticks is more of a home decor item. It's a way to hang and easily change art. You've all seen this concept. It's very Pinteresty, right? People show this all the time. Well, we took it one step further and again added it foundationally, as we always do, so you can build your own style with this. You're going to notice I just peeled that right off. These are actually very strong magnets, and you'll see why we call them our Click Sticks, because they click together. This is our 12-inch size, and the reason I pulled down our 12-inch size, we've got 3 different sizes and 2 different finishes. It comes with or without art, according to your preference. Well, one of the reasons our scrapbookers like him to come without the art, get out of here art, is because, and this is why I apologize for not having our layouts, they're stuck at a warehouse that we're not allowed in right now. So this is going to represent a layout, our orange sheet of paper. I should have drawn a bunny on it or something just to make it unique, but I didn't. Anyway, our 12-inch size is awesome for displaying your 12 by 12 layouts. It comes just like this, leather strap attached already. All you need to do is switch it out once again for each season. Maybe you've got a layout for Christmas, and we won't take the time to sit and zero that in. I'm just showing you the concept here. Again, 12-inch is great for displaying. Now imagine if I had scrapbooked a nice little bunny or some sort of birthday or Halloween, probably, because this is an orange paper layout. And just like that, you hang it on your wall, and you've decorated for whatever season you're in, or if you just want to show off how awesome you are at scrapbooking and paper crafting. Anyway, that's a little bit from Foundations Decor. We want to thank you all for watching. Hopefully you're enjoying Melissa's projects that she's put together. We've been friends and good partners with Scrap That for so many years, 4 years in this business, and even before that in others, and we've always enjoyed working with them. Please continue to support the people that support us to allow us to continue to make the product that you love and continue to build your style. Thanks for watching.
Okay, so let's get started on our Christmas shadow box. I love these shadow boxes. They are beautiful. I know some people might think they're intimidating, so we're going to take that myth right out of there and we're going to work on this together. This is my completed project, and then we're going to take it step by step and go through them. So when you received your shadow box kit, it came completely wrapped like this, and all of your blocks have all the little elements on them. They're all stuck there. And then you also received these 3M magnets that you're going to put on the back of each block. I did not put mine on here right now just for ease of being able to pull them off quickly. But the beauty of these is that it allows you to put this together. You can put it, I usually have mine on a picture stand, and then you can interchange all of your shadow boxes by seasons, by birthday, by themes, by holidays, all different kinds of things. Super fun, super cool to give out and to do as gifts for people. You can add pictures to yours. They're just so much fun to do. So we're gonna work on that now. So again, this is the finished one, and I'm not gonna do each one individually. I'm gonna show you parts of each different block because the techniques are the same, so we don't have to do all the repetitive working. So I'm going to show you a little bit from each one. So I've already started to put mine together. So I'm going to just put this finished one aside, and then we're going to work on them, and we'll go ahead and put it all together when we're done. So let's start with our very first block, which is the Merry Christmas one. So I'm going to lay out the original one here for you to see. This is the completed one. And then this is the one that we're going to work on together. So I've already gone through my elements, my element package, and I've pulled out the ones that I know I'm going to use for this. And then I just want to show you real quick that this is what it looks like when you receive it. So it's already stuck on there, and they're on here with pop dots. It just happens that the Merry Christmas is kind of fragile, so when you go to take them off, you just want to loosen them up and then pull off the words. For this project, you definitely need a craft knife and some little detail scissors. So I'm gonna go ahead and pull mine off of here, loosen up those pop dots. See, they're all on the back. See how flexible this is? Because it's really fragile, the words Merry Christmas. The rest of your elements that you're gonna have on the rest of your box are not as fragile. So let's go ahead and take that off. See, I think I already caused a little split on mine, which is fine. I'll go ahead and fix that. Then I'm going to pull that off. Now you can sit here and take all of these off, or you could do what I do and flip it over. And I've also written on here that the dimensions of this strip is 11 1/8 by 2 1/2, and that's what you're going to cut the paper down to. I've decided to start mine with the plaid, so you can choose whatever you would like. Again, as I always say, this is mine and that's yours. I'm just going to give you a guide on how to do it, and then you can make it your own. Let me set this aside. So again, using your glue stick, and I don't want to misplace my little eye. You're going to put some glue down on the wood, making sure to get all of the edges, and then put glue on your paper as well, because tacky to tacky always works best. So we're going to go ahead and put some glue down on here, and then we're going to go ahead and put that down. And that is our border, title border block. And now my little eye dot is gonna follow me around here. Look at this, I'm already making a mess, which is fine. The glue just wipes right off easily. All right, so I wanna make sure that I have this down well, which I did not do a good job placing it down the first time, but it doesn't become permanent for a little bit, so we can move it around. There we go. Okay, so once you have that down, and I know I need a little more on the corner, I'm going to set this aside. And I just want to go over one other thing before we get moving on this one. So I'm going to set it aside so that the glue can cure a little bit and stick, and that way we can go ahead and work on it afterwards. But I just want to show you all a little trick, and I'm going to pull out some of my other elements really fast just to show you what I've done. So for instance, here is this stocking and the little parts of the stocking. And I've glued them down. I've gone through my entire shadow box and picked out what elements I want to have what paper. So I know that I want the stocking to have the what looks like knitting, and then the plaid. And I've glued them down, not cut them out, just glue them down. This will help it stick, and then it'll be easier to cut and sand. So I would recommend that the first thing that you do is decide on how you want your layout to look and what you want all of the paper elements to have, what paper you want all of your elements to have, and then go ahead and just glue those down and let them sit while you work on the rest of everything else, because that way when you go to cut and sand it, they're well stuck on here and they won't move. So that's my one tip and trick for you. It doesn't matter how you want them to lay out, just pick your papers and then leave them exactly as is. Pick them all off the little squares that they come on and glue them down and then set them all aside. So I've gone and done that for all 6 of the little squares in my shadow box ahead of time, just so I can make sure that when we go to do them, that they're well adhered to the paper. So having said that, this has been sitting here for a moment or two. And what we want to do next is sand down the edges so that we get the paper to kind of blend into the wood. I have either a paper file, which works great, and it's going to give me that rustic look, or you can use a sanding block. Mine is really well used, so I'm going to go ahead and sand it down using both of them. And I want to just rough up the edges. That also will allow for the paper, the tooth of the paper to open up a little bit, and it will allow for the chalk to get absorbed into the paper. So we're just going to keep going around and just rough it up a little bit. Perfect. Okay, so next I'm going to put some chalk on the outside of my board using a finger dauber. Now this one has some hot pink on it, but I'm going to go ahead, it's old and dried up so it won't matter. I'm going to go ahead and put some red over it. I find that it's easy to color by putting the chalk directly onto the chalk dauber or your finger dauber. That way it gives me better control over putting it down. Then I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to lay it down onto my paper, going along the edges. Look at that. This gives the same effect as if I had used an ink pad or I used a gelato. It's going to give you the same effect. And I can manipulate how much or how little I put on my paper by how much or how little I put on my chalk dauber. So I'm going to go ahead and add a little bit more. Perfect. Now while I have that out, I also know that, oh, look at my poor little Christmas. I also know that I want to put some onto my little paper embellishments, my ephemera pack. So I'm going to go ahead and do that while I have it all out, and then I'm going to set those aside. So I love to just put a little bit of color onto my embellishments. I like to make sure that I get the edges covered. I think that adding that gives it a little bit more of a personal look, a personal feel, like I created it myself, and it takes away the white core edges of the paper. So we're going to go ahead and put some down just on the tips of all these little beautiful little lights. And if I just do one side, then it's kind of like the shadows coming in from one side and the top. And then the same for the other one. There we go. Perfect. And then I have my little heart and my star that I'm going to go ahead and embellish. And then we are going to color in our Merry Christmas. And for this application, we are going to use a paint marker. So I'm going to set all of these aside, and then I'm going to get out my paint marker. I'm going to set that aside. And these are really cool paint markers that when you first start them, this one's already used, so when you first start them, they'll come out with a white tip, and all you'll need to do is keep pushing down just to draw the paint from the tube into the tip. And these are lots of fun to color with, and they're super easy to use. Look how smooth that goes on, just perfectly. So hopefully you guys can see how smooth and easy it is, again, to color with the paint. And versus the chalk, If you're gonna do either or, I love to use the chalk, and it comes out beautifully on the wood, and it gives a great variation of color. Coloring with the paint is more of a solid color. Coloring with the chalk, you can put more or less down, and you can see more or less of the wood grain, depending on what your preference is. So that's one of your options, is doing it either way. For this application, I just thought I would show you the paint marker because it's new to us. So I'm gonna spin this around. Being left-handed, I somehow always manage to get across my work. So I'm gonna spin that around and show you up close how beautiful that looks and how quick and easy that was. Now I'm gonna do my Christmas, which, as I said, is fragile and I broke, but that's okay because once we color it and put it down, it'll be just fine. If I was doing this quietly by myself, I would get out some tacky glue and let it sit, but for this purpose, it's okay. This is the beauty of just doing it live on the fly. So again, using my paint marker, I'm gonna go ahead and color that in. And then we can go ahead and start assembling this first board. And like I said, I think sometimes people look at the shadow boxes and are intimidated about how complex they could be, but they're really not. And you can make them as simple or as full of stuff as you would like. It's totally up to you. So I'm gonna take my other half that needs to be put back together, and we're just gonna finish coloring that real quick. All right. Spinning it around again. All right, look at that. Perfect. And I'm just gonna color where it's split a little bit more. And then we're gonna start putting it together. Okay, so the first thing I wanna do is lay down the embellishments that I know are gonna be in the background. Oh, we forgot to color the little dot. Let's make sure to do that. The top of our eye. There we go. And I can get the whole thing covered just dabbing it. Perfect. Okay, so we're gonna take our beautiful string lights, and I'm gonna use my glue stick for this. And I'm gonna lay them down, starting at my bottom corner of my board. And then I'm gonna making a mess, but you know what, that glue comes right up. And actually, if you go on our website under tools, we have a handy, which I don't have handy, a little glue eraser, and that thing works magic, takes all the little parts out. Okay, so now I'm gonna just attach the other string light onto this one and bring it down. Flatten that out. There we go. Perfect. Okay. Then I'm going to add my words. So we're going to start with the Merry. And again, I'm just going to use the glue stick. I do need to just kind of make sure that I get the pop dots off so that it lays down flat. You can use pop dots to put it on if you'd like, if you want it to stick up off of your block a little bit, or you can just glue it flat down, whichever, totally up to you how you want it to be. So I'm gonna get this Merry going kind of at the end of my string lights, followed by my poor little broken Christmas. And don't worry, my glue will dry clear and I can go back and kind of chisel it off in a little bit. All right, so we're gonna add the Christmas right about here. I'm gonna add the other half. Carefully using my knife so I don't hurt myself. I'm gonna take off the pop dot again and just put some glue down, and then go ahead and fix that. Like, perfect. Like, no one would ever know the beauty of it all. Oop. Until I touch it again. Okay, perfect. And my little eye topper. Okay. There we go. All right, look at that. Next, we're gonna add our other embellishments using some pop dots. So we have this beautiful felt flower, felt rose, from our Fancypants collection that you will get in your kit. And we're gonna use a large pop dot to put that down right next to our Merry Christmas. I want the leaves to be to the side, so. One thing I know I always say, like, color outside the box and, you know, color outside the lines. On these projects, you want to kind of stay within the box, because when you go to put them in the frame, you're going to have a little bit of difficulty. So now I'm going to put down my 2 ornaments, and I'm going to lay them down with pop dots, and I'm going to use a smaller one at the top. And then that will be hidden by a dot. And I'm gonna lay this one down. Let's see, let's put this one down first, kind of on an angle. And then we're gonna put a little bit of glue on the top of this one, the second one, and we're gonna lay that one down right next to it and glue it right down here to the top of this one. So it kind of hides your pop dot as well. Perfect. Now we're gonna add a little puffy dot enamel to the top of them. Look how cute that looks. And then the last things that we need to do are add our star and our heart. And then see how quick that came together? We finished one box already. So it might look intimidating, but it's really not. It's really, really simple. And we are going to be able to put this whole thing together in no time. So here we go. We've got our first box completed. Perfect. And then we're going to set the whole thing aside and move on to our next one, so I can show you some more tricks about putting these together. So this one, just clean this off, is our little gnome. And I'll show you the finished one. It's so cute. This is what the finished one looks like. And this is what we're gonna work on. So for this one, I've cut 2 pieces of paper, and it actually is the front and the back side of the same piece of paper. Just split it in half and then put them down. Now on this one, this block is 4 by 3 1/4, and you're gonna have 2 of those. So for this one, I definitely need to sand it a little bit, because I can tell that my edges aren't straight, and I wanna get some of the white paper and the rustic look onto here. So I'm gonna take my sanding block and run through it real quick, just to rough it up. And this also helps if you cut your paper, you can just take away the edges by doing that. And again, I've glued these down a little bit ago, so that when I go to sand them, the paper is well adhered to my chipboard, or my MDF boards. So again, I can see like just one little corner here. Let's take care of that. Perfect. And then I've already cut out my 2 little holly berry leaves, and I did this out of the paper that has the 25s on them, but I found little spots that didn't really show the 25, which is what I was going for. But again, you can do it any way you'd like. So I'm just gonna go through and sand down the edges of this. Same with here. And in order to get these like that, I used my craft knife to cut them out, which we're gonna do in a minute with our little holly berries. Set these aside. Okay, so here we have 3 holly berries. I'm just gonna show you. This one is a finished one, and look how perfectly round that looks, the paper. This one I've already trimmed using my scissor and just need to sand it. And then this one I've glued, and I just want to show you how you can cut them out either using a craft knife or a scissor. So I'm going to go ahead, and circles are always a challenge with your knife. So this is my suggestion. As you go, just keep spinning it and cutting and spinning and cutting, because it's very difficult to kind of get the circle pattern. So if you just keep cutting and spinning, you're going to get it almost all the way with little edges, which is how I got this one. And then, see that? Now it looks kind of like all rough, but the beauty is I'm gonna take my file and I'm just gonna go all the way around my circle. And in no time at all, I'm gonna have that perfect circle without having to try to cut it or trace it and then glue it. So this is why I suggest that you just glue your elements down to the paper and then go back and trim them all. Much easier. So look at that, a perfect circle. Super easy, super fast. Same thing for this one. Just gonna go back through and trim down using my file along the edges of all of the circle until I get it just the way I want. Perfect. And then if you want, you can take your chalk again and just go through and add a little bit of color to the edges of all of your berries. Now this one we're going to put together. I'm going to show you, I stacked everything. So it definitely has a dimensional feel to it. I mean, they all obviously are 3-dimensional anyway, but this one just has a lot of height to this little block. So in order to achieve that, let's see, I'm going to do it the same way. So let's spin this around, and then we're going to start with 1 holly leaf. Oh, I forgot to color it. Okay. And then I'm going to first take my glue stick, and I'm going to put my first holly leaf down a little bit on an angle, leaving just enough room for a holly berry to sit right here. So I've got that one down, and then my next one, I can glue down a holly berry, just like that one, be the first one that I put down right here. And then I'm going to take my next holly leaf, put that down. Whoop. And we're going to put that on an angle, making sure that we stay within the confines of that square, because we don't want them to stick out. They won't be able to stick out past our frame. So I'm going to butt that one up against that and making sure that at the top I'm not sticking out over that. It's okay if your paper sticks out because that's flexible, but the wood elements are not, so that would make it a little bit difficult to get them back into your frame. So I'm going to place down my next holly berry, and then I'm going to add the third one. Perfect. And then I'm going to go ahead and do my leaf by adding a little bit of color to my little poinsettia. And then I'm going to glue that down as well. Here we go. We're going to add that. And then this adorable gnome is our last piece. And we're going to add that. Whoop. Add some color to it. And this we are going to place down with our pop dots. And then we're going to add our adorable little puffy enamel dots to that. So look how quickly this is all coming together. I think the longest part of it is just picking your patterns where you want them to go, and then making sure that you have all of your papers stuck down before. I'm going to just flip that up with my nail before you go ahead and start assembling, just to give it time to cure. And then our final touches are to add enamel dots or puffy stickers to our center of our poinsettia and the tip of the gnome's hat. So let's go ahead and place those down. And look at that, we're already done with the second block and it looks beautiful. All right, I'm gonna set this one aside. And then we're gonna move on to the stocking one, which is the one that we need to just trim out. So we've already put down our paper, and that's all done and sanded. And then this one, we're gonna cut. I'm gonna use my detailed scissors just to show you another option. And we are going to cut out our stocking. And again, it's really not a big deal if you don't get all the way into the space, because we're gonna sand it. So that is where the beauty of not having to really fussy cut, or you can go back and use your craft knife once you get out the big pieces, and you can get it a little bit closer and then sanding. So let's go ahead and trim this all down. The other thing that you want to remember is that you want the paper side, whatever side you want your paper to, your pattern paper, the pattern that you pick, excuse me, make sure that you place it on the side that doesn't have the little leftover pop dot. That's kind of a reminder of this is the side that's facing down. So when you do all of your elements, make sure that you do them the same way so that they go back together the same way. So let's go ahead with this. And we're going to cut out the little parts of the stocking. And like I said, it's super quick to put together once you have picked your papers, glue them down, let them sit, and then the assembly part, the fun part, is not that intimidating. And then for these little curves, I'm definitely going to go back in with my knife. Let's move that and make sure that I get all the little pieces out. So let's take our craft knife and we just go around the edges. And remember, this MDF is so soft that it's easy to kind of cut into. No worries, because we're going to sand it and it'll be fine. So we can just go through, take out just these little edges. These are great little craft knives. They can also be found under tools. They come with a 3-pack of replacement blades. So that one looks great. Then we have these little edges, which this one I cut pretty close, so I don't really need to do anything because again, we're going to go back and sand them. And I'm doing this all on top of my self-healing mat, which is so easy to use for cutting and stamping and everything else. And it's just such a great mat. And when I'm done, I can just take it to the sink and rinse it off and use a little soap and water and it'll be good as new. Perfect. Okay, so again, I'm taking my paper file, going through and just cleaning up all of my edges. And it makes such a difference. If you can see, look how rough that looks. And then we're gonna go through and in a short time, it looks like the paper and the wood were made together. Perfect. What a difference. Here we go. We just need to do this on all of our little stocking parts, and then we're gonna assemble this one. There's a heel and a toe. And then we just need to do our stocking real fast. Just easy to round out the corners by following the shape of the stocking and then doing the top. Perfect. Okay, I forgot to show you the finished one, so we can use that as a guide. So next thing we're going to do to start assembling is let's first put down our tree. And this tree, I love this tree, but it's a giant tree. So what I think is the easiest thing, and I find for me to do, is to cut the tree, glue it down, and then just slice the bottom off. So first I'm going to put a little bit of black chalk on the edges. I love how this looks. And again, using my finger dauber and just adding to the edges. And I'm not going to worry about the bottom just yet because that is going to be trimmed off when I put this down and decide where it's going to be and how far I'm going to cut it. So I'm going to go ahead and use my glue, place that down, and I know that I want the top of the tree, so I'm going to make sure that it is the top of the tree is at the top of the box, and the most corner that I can get will be at the bottom. Whoop. And I'm going to go through and clean up my little edges. Perfect. I'm going to flip that over, taking my craft knife, and I'm just going to slice off what's left. Whoop. And then I'm going to take my black and go back over it. Perfect. Look at that. I'm going to get rid of that. Now it's time to assemble our adorable little stocking. So we have two presents on this one. One we're going to glue down to the corner, and one we are going to put in between our stocking. So it looks like it's actually in the stocking as a present. So first my hands are a mess. First I'm going to put down this one in the corner. Then I'm going to put the little bottom pieces on my stocking. And again, we can go ahead and put the chalk down. I don't necessarily need to do it to show you guys every time, but let's just add a little bit of color. Like I've said, these chalk writers, they are dust free and they don't dry up easily. So it's okay if while you're working, you just leave it sitting there. You don't have to make sure you cover it every single time because it's not going to dry up. That's the beauty of them. And they are washable on non-porous surfaces like glass, plastic, mirror, whiteboard, chalkboard, any of that kind of stuff. And they come off, they don't come off. And on porous surfaces like the wood and the paper, they are permanent. They are a little bit wet when you put them on, depending on how much you apply. So you might have to let them dry a little bit. Okay, so let's put our heel and our toe on first. And using my glue stick, which another reason I love this glue stick, I can just run that right across there. I'm gonna add my heel. Maybe that's my toe. Is that my heel? Nope, that's my heel. I'm gonna add the heel, and then I'm gonna add the toe. Okay. Then before I do the next part, I'm gonna add my present. So let's add a little color to our present. And then we are going to add that to our stocking. So let's see. We definitely want it to overlap. So let's put it right about here. And we don't want it to show any further than where the bottom of our stocking goes because you don't want it to stick out. So we're just gonna put a little bit of glue on the corner, and then we're gonna place that right here. And then we're gonna go ahead and put the top of our stocking on. Perfect. All right. Isn't that just adorable? Now we're gonna go ahead and put that down onto our project. I'm gonna set it down here, put my glue on, and add it right over the present and the tree. Perfect. Look at that. And then we can add a little enamel dot. I think that when I was all done, is the best time to go back and add in your enamel dots to your Christmas tree with what you have left over. But for now, I'm just gonna put this one down. There we go. And then we're gonna set that aside. Look at that. Beautiful. See how quick we are? 3 down. So we'll set that one aside, and I'm going to take a moment and brush off my board, my mat, because I'm kind of a mess. And we are going to do the last small one that we have, which is adorable. And this is the finished one. Looks like this. This is our candy cane, and we have a little reindeer. So again, using our chalk, or in our paint marker, we are going to color our little circle to our bow. So all you need to do is, I'm going to use the tip of my knife just to hold that, and I'm just going to add some color right to it. See how easy that goes on? Now I can go back and add a little bit more if I want, let it dry a little bit, and then add a little bit more. There we go. Perfect. So that's the center. And then I've done the same process for all of them. This one, I definitely like the way that using the sanding block, I've gotten the edges of my candy cane to be really kind of lightened. So I think that looks beautiful. And then we can take some chalk, and I think on this one, we're gonna add a little bit of the black chalk and just spread that on here. Not too much. The same with my, you don't want that to fall on you. The same with my little gingerbread house, little smoke at the top. And then we're gonna put that down. And this is the beauty of these shadow boxes. You can do them really simply, or you can kind of add a lot of elements. So for this, I'm gonna layer my gingerbread house in the background. And then I'm gonna place that down. And then I'm gonna put my adorable candy cane, my candy cane down next. And then we're gonna add the rest of our elements. And like I said, now these blocks, my suggestion is to put your paper down first, and then to let your glue cure, and then go ahead and start your assembly. So it's kind of like a 2-step process. So now I'm gonna go ahead and put my bow onto my candy cane. Just like that. And then I'm gonna add my center of my bow. Perfect. And then let's go ahead using our pop dots and add our reindeer, our little baby photo. Oh, I think I put that one a little too high. Right, sitting outside the house. And then my star, which I seem to have lost. I wonder where that went. In my mess, but we could put the star down and then put the little enamel dot on that. So now we're down to 4. That means we only have 2 left. And see how quickly this is moving along? Let's put that one aside. And then we're going to move on to the gingerbread house. Love this one. It's so adorable. And here we have all of our little elements. And we have, so here's another little bit of information for you. Here's the house. I'm going to cut that one out. Now this came with, these could be windows or bushes, or I'm not even sure what the other ones are, but I did not use all of them, and you don't have to either if you don't want to. Perfectly okay just to use the parts that you want. So I'm going to go ahead now and trim out my house. And there's no hard and fast rule that says I have to use scissors or I have to use a knife. It's just whatever you feel most comfortable with. And I honestly use both. It just depends on what it is that I'm cutting, what the shape is, and whether or not I can get close enough or as close as I would like. So I definitely could do the sides close, but I need to get into the roof line a little bit closer than I can with my scissors. So I'm going to go ahead and use my knife just to get that part out. And the same with the chimney. Perfect. Look at that. Adorable. Okay. So now we're going to put our house together, and let me grab the finished one to show you what it looks like. So this is the finished version. This one I put a lot of little elements on. So let's go ahead and start with our door, which we use the adorable wood paper, wood grain paper for. I love that paper. And we're going to go ahead and place our door down. And I'm pretty sure I didn't use enough glue. It would help if I laid it down so I could apply proper pressure. So here's our door. And again, I forgot to sand it because I'm just moving along. So let me sand those edges a little bit, which is okay on this one, I guess, because we're gonna put all of our little elements down, our house parts. So we have our door down, then we're gonna add our 2 little windows right next to that, and the other little window. And then our roof line, which I've already cut out, because this one is a little bit, takes a little bit of time. But again, once I got the edges all trimmed down, and then I just took the sanding block and went through, it's actually looks perfect. So we're gonna add that. There we go. Now, the next 2 little items that we just need to put down to add the final touches on our house are the smoke from the chimney, which I colored. Again, here's that little pop dot, the remnant of the pop dot. So I know that I want to color it on this side. And this one I use this great blue color. This is also the paint markers. So using this paint marker, I created this little puff of blue smoke. All right. And then I'm gonna just let that sit for a second. And then the last one that we need to do is our door wreath. And that one I actually used a metallic marker. And these also are great and work well on the wood. And what I loved about this one is that I could kind of see the lines as I went. So it kind of made it look a little bit more like pine needles. So this is a cool little way to do it. This might be like a little bit easier than trying to cover it with paper, because this could be a little bit of a tricky one. Very intricate cutout. So this one you can paint or chalk or color with your markers. Then I can go back and kind of crosshatch and make little crosshatch lines so that it definitely looks like there's some dimension to that. Perfect. Now we're going to just finish by adding these two. So we're going to add our chimney stack smoke right to the top here. And then we are going to add our adorable wreath to the top of our door, or actually the center of our roof, just like that. And then the finishing touch to our house will be to add an enamel dot to our wreath. You can, if you'd like to put a bow on or some ribbon, that would be great too. Okay, perfect. Now we're gonna put it all together. So I'm gonna put that down for a second, and I have my adorable little gingerbread men, and if I wanna go ahead and add some color to them, in this case I'm gonna do the black again, and then I'm gonna stack them, these cute little guys. All right, so let's run them under our, or over, I should say, our glue stick, and we're gonna start at the top to stack. So we're gonna start by the first one that's gonna be at the top, and then we're gonna place down the middle guy, and it doesn't matter in the order you put them. And then we're gonna put down the last guy. But I wanna make sure that they show, so I'm angling them all towards the outside so they show once I put my house down. Now I'm gonna go ahead and put my other gingerbread house on the other side, kind of like a house in the background, like my neighbor in the background. I'm gonna put that one down over here. And then I have two ornaments. One I'm gonna put flat and one I'm gonna pop up. So let's hang this one kind of in the middle of this. I am just a messy crafter today. It would be really good if I cleaned my hands. But again, this glue just rubs right off, so it's easy to clean it up. Perfect. And then I'm gonna take my house, and but first I think I'm gonna put down this one, and I'm gonna need a large and maybe a small. Let's just do two large for now. We're gonna put this one kind of to the side. Let's see. Right about here. And then I'm gonna add my house, which I wanna lay down so I don't mess up all the parts that we've just assembled. We're gonna put that right here. And then our final piece on here is this all is calm, all is bright, and I know this doesn't fit. So I'm gonna take my scissors, and I'm actually gonna use the large scissors, and I am going to trim it down because I know that it's too big for where I want it to go. So I'm just gonna trim all the edges off of it. And this is where adding color is super helpful, because now I've taken away the border. So I'm gonna add a little bit of red just around it to take away the cut edges where I've just opened up the white paper. And then using my pop dots, let's see, here's my littler pop dots. I'm gonna put this down. There we go. And we're gonna just slip that right back here. And there we have it. Perfect. Look at that. Beautiful. We're gonna put that back into our finished one and set that aside. And then our final one is this beautiful truck. And here's what the final one looks like. And I think you're probably just as amazed as I am at how quick this comes together. Now this one, there's another little technique that I did to create that tree. So I'm gonna go ahead and cut the edges off of this one. Here we have our paper, and I didn't trim this one down yet, so we're just gonna go along the edge, cut that down. Another reason why, even though I measure them all, I like to put the paper down and then cut it, just so I get it as close to the edge as I can. There we go. Perfect. Then taking my paper file, just go ahead and get the edges a little bit more rustic. Okay, look at that. All right, now the car. I've already put down the car and sanded it and just trimmed out obviously using your knife, because that's the easiest way to do it. And then using my sanding block, I went back through and definitely gave it an aged look. For the tire part, we're gonna just use our black paint marker. Oops. Made a big mess today. So I'm going to use our black paint marker and just color over the wheel, I guess the wheel wells. I don't know if they're the wheel wells or the fenders, whatever the car part is, the wheel part that we're going to put down. And to add more paint or draw more paint to the tip, you just need to push down on it. And that will bring the paint from the paint well down into your tip if you haven't used them in a while. There we go. Look at that. I love how easy these paint markers are to use. Okay, perfect. And now, the only thing that we have left to put together before we assemble our page is our tree. So I want to make sure that I'm doing the right way. So I'm going to just double check. This is the way the tree sits. Now in your paper pack, you have this paper that has all of the little trees on it. And rather than use the paper the way it is, what I've done is gone ahead and taken a piece of the paper and I just cut out like little pieces of tree in no particular way, and they're just kind of all shredded up. And I'm going to use these, here's that paper with the tree on the back side of it, and I'm going to use these on my tree to give it to make it more look like a pine tree and the needles. So I'm just going to take the glue and put it all over my tree, just like that. And then I'm just gonna, with my messy hands, I'm sure this will be a mess, go ahead and just start putting down. And I'm gonna just do it randomly and not even worry about the edges, because we're gonna go back in and cut them out. So I'm just randomly putting the paper down, kind of like Mod Podge, decoupage. And just adding as I go. And again, I wanted to show you how to do this, but I would definitely set this aside before I tried to trim it and sand it, so that all these little pieces of paper have time to cure and adhere with the glue. Because it will be a little bit of a mess trying to do it while it's still really tacky and just wet. So pretty and simple to do this. and in no specific way, just completely random. Then I want to go ahead and trim it, but I don't want to put it down on my messy board because my board is a huge mess. So I'm gonna grab, I have a smaller one off to the side right here, and I'm just gonna grab this and put it down on here. And I don't know, because this is still kind of wet and tacky, it might be a little bit difficult, but you're gonna go ahead, let it dry, and go ahead and take your craft knife, and now you're gonna go back through and cut your edges off. Oops, see? I have to let it dry a little bit longer, but we wanna go through and just trim down our little edges. Maybe if I use a scissor for this one, only because it needs time to set, will be easier. Nope, we need to let it set. So again, this is why it's kind of like a two-step process, because you want to get all your elements covered in the paper and then cut them and sand them. So we're just gonna put this one to the side for now. We know what it looks like, and I'll let that one dry and cut that one up later. And in the meantime, let's go ahead and assemble our board. Oh, look, we got to pick that off. Okay, so we're going to go ahead using our glue stick again, and we're going to place our car down. Our truck, almost all the way to the edge, because we want to be able to get our elements in there. And now before we put our tree, which is still a little bit of a mess over here, down, we're going to take our flower that's in the background, and we're going to put that down. And then we have a present. Oh, and here's the little piece I was looking for before. And we're going to put our present down. I need to get a little more glue. There we go. And then our tree, let's see if it's any better. Let's see if I can try and trim it down before we finish. But you guys know the deal already because you've watched me now do like 4 of these, or actually 6 of these blocks. This is the 6th. So you know what I'm talking about. All right, well, I'm making a hot mess out of my tray, so let's not do that. So we're just gonna assume that we put the tree down, and we're gonna put our Wonderland, our other car parts together. Let's put our wheel wells on. Then we have our adorable little holly leaves that we're gonna add. And those we're just gonna glue just the leaf part, just the top of the leaves, because we want to curl them up with our fingernail. And then we're gonna add our little pink enamel dot right to the center of our holly leaves. Then we have our Wonderland, and using our pop dots, we're going to add that in. Here we go, right at the top. And again, we can go through and embellish that with our chalk if we want to. And then the last piece, besides our hot mess of a tree right now, is going to be this heart. And we need a smaller pop dot for that. Here they are. We're going to put our heart down. And we're going to pretend our tree looks pretty and show you what it would look like. And then we'd be able to put our star right on top of our tree if it wasn't a hot mess. But you know what it's supposed to look like. And once you let your paper cure and the glue dry, it's going to look just like that. So that's it. So let's look again at what our finished project looks like. Here we go. I've kind of stacked it up as I've gone, so you can see the ones that we did together. So this is what our finished project looks like. And when you're all done, you want to take your magnets and you're going to put them on the back of your boards. Boop. Here we go. And I'll do this one for you and show you. And look at that. Now it's stuck in there. And you can pick it up and you can put it in a shadow box. You can put it on a picture frame and a picture stand and it'll look just perfect. So that is a shadow box for you. I love doing these and I hope that you realize that they're not as difficult or as intimidating and you will love to do them too. So thanks for joining me for doing this project. See you soon. Okay, our final project for the day was Merry Christmas Shadow Box, which I love shadow boxes, as you could tell, because I've done them all summer long. So this one was one of my particularly favorite ones. I don't know, there's something about it. Just makes you want to, time for the holidays. So again, together we created this using just the paper, all the embellishments that came in your Home for Christmas kit. And we talked about how to mix or meld using wood, paper, paint, chalk all together in this one project. So this is just such a great way to get your crafting on and get your creative juices going. We do have a lot of different varieties of inserts that come with this. You can find them two ways on the website. They are under wood decor, and that's where you'll see just the raw insert parts and the wood frames. And then the other way is under our Scrap That classes and kits. Those come with paper packs. So there are select classes such as the Halloween, the autumn time. Those all come with paper packs. So you want to...
Yeah, so like if you see the autumn time, we have an example. You would get the wood, but then you would also receive this fabulous Autumn Splendor collection kit. And with that, you would get all the paper, the 12 by 12 sticker sheet, the bits and pieces, there's two styles, and you would get the chipboard sticker. And that would help create this beautiful project that you see in front of us. And then really our chalks go very, very well on all of these wood and the paint markers. My wife can talk more about that. But
Sure. So the two things that I use a lot of the chalk and the paint markers, they just have a different feel. So if you're going to use the chalk, it's a creamy, buttery kind of feel that goes on like a gelato. If you don't mind getting messy, that's totally the way to go. And the paint markers have more of a smooth finish where you won't see the gradation in the wood. You'll just see the solid paint, and they are super easy to use and not as messy. So I know some people don't like to get too messy when they're crafting. So depending on how you feel and what you want to use, they're both great options.
And again, for those of you that bought the mega bundle, you only really received 2 chalk writers. So if you really enjoy them, there's another 13 colors available. And I believe with the paint markers, you have received 6 of the 8 colors that are available. So there's still 2 more colors available as well.
So also, just a reminder, again, Scrap That. So you can see us on our own website on something called What You Crafting Today. And you can catch that on Fridays. And we're going to ask, what are you crafting? And you're going to see what we're crafting. So you can join Bob and I for that on our
Always
Facebook
lots
page.
of giveaways.
Sometimes I ask trivia questions too, just because, it's fun to have everyone interact with us. And then the other thing is that if you have not already joined our classes group, you want to go to our Scrap That page and you want to click the visit group button, and then that will take you to Scrap That classes. And then you just join there, and that's where you'll be able to find any classes that we've previously taught. There will be some PDF files for you to download and directions. So if you have any questions or you need us, you can send us a private message, but you can also find everything there. You just have to join that group. So we hope that you enjoyed spending time with us. We certainly enjoyed spending a lot of time with you today. We have totally missed our Expo friends and family and are so glad that we were able to be here today and share some fun projects with you. I know everyone misses Crazy Bob on the floor, so.
Yeah, we miss each and every one of you. Again, hopefully in 2021, things will be different. But if not, this is definitely a way to keep in touch, stay together. We do appreciate each and every one of you taking the time to spend your Sunday with us. And we promise you this isn't the last thing we're going to do with the Expo. We're going to try to do a few of these a year, and we really
look forward to seeing you.
Right.
Yep.
We really look forward to seeing each and every one of you again real soon.
Have a great night, and we'll see you soon.
And thank you, Expo.